On previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
Basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon.
And Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Very good morning to you. It's 6 o'clock on the 20th of February. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
And we're live across the whole of the UK on both your TV and your radio. Wherever you are, you can take us with you via the GB News app or on YouTube. So do remember to like and subscribe. That one, apparently. It's a very internet-y thing.
It's the thing you do, isn't it?
It is.
You have to like and subscribe.
Yeah, you don't have to pay. You just have to subscribe. I think it's... I don't know why people think it's important, but they do.
Yes. Coming up for you today, Boris Johnson is set to learn his fate in the Met's Partygate investigation. PM is under pressure from both domestic issues and the ongoing crisis in Ukraine, but is he still up to the challenge?
After one of the worst weeks in recent memory for the royal family, can the Queen's Jubilee celebrations bring back our sense of pride? We'll be speaking to Prince Charles's former butler to find out.
And after Team GB won their first gold of the Winter Olympics, we look back on the games that perhaps it caught the eye for the wrong reasons, alongside our sports broadcaster, Aidan McGee.
And of course, you can join in any of our discussions by emailing gbviews@gbnews.uk or tweet @gbnews.
Well, there's lots of things to talk about today, and we really want to hear from you on a key couple of issues. First and foremost, cost of living. We're going to be talking about it throughout the morning, but how are you finding the cost of living at the moment? There's going to be a big jump in April when it comes to our energy bills, but things are going up all the time. So how are you getting on? Are you able to manage? Are you able to save any money? Have you got any tips you can share with us? Or do you need some help? because we've got a financial expert, a money expert, Sue Hayward, on the programme at 7:20 this morning.
Yeah, it's sort of interesting little questions like, is it better to turn the central heating off and just have a heater of some sort in one room? I bought one of those, because we were talking so much about it a couple of weeks ago, I bought one of those heated over blankets, heated throw, and it's just bliss.
And cheap to run.
Yeah, they're very cheap to run. They're really cosy, and I got home yesterday to a freezing cold house. It was so cold because I didn't remember I'd actually switched the heating off, and of course yesterday was a very cold day. And when I got home, I just thought I can't bear this, and so I got out my little heated throw, and it was
how quickly does it heat up?
Within about two minutes.
See, that sounds nice.
It's brilliant. Now I presume that is probably a money-saving tip, isn't it? It's
probably is.
It has to be much cheaper than turning the central heating on.
I mean, I like a hot water bottle.
Yeah.
But the problem is when you fill them up, they're too hot, and then
there's a critical time, isn't there, when they're just right, and then they go off again.
Yeah,
but there you are.
need a furry,
but I mean, it's just sort
a
of
furry cover on it.
Yes, I've got lots of hot water bottle furry covers upstairs in the cupboard, and but that's the trouble with hot water bottles. You have to keep getting up and redoing them. Whereas this heated throw thing is really good. So that's my tip. But if you've got a better one, we'd like to hear your tips. But as you say, we've got an expert to actually give you some tips if you are in a conundrum about it.
Yeah.
The other big thing that everybody's still talking. Have you watched it yet? The Tinder Swindler.
No.
The Tinder Swindler is all about online dating. And this particular guy who conned many, many women out of a fortune, left them in debt and with hearts broken. He's out of jail now, and he's speaking about it and saying it's not true, none of it's true. But I rather think he did do it. He was found guilty and jailed anyway.
He could sue if it isn't true.
Yeah,
but he hasn't done yet.
No.
He's doing these online.
Although he'd do anything for money.
Where you can, you can request a message from someone. And he's doing those online now for 149 quid a time.
And the problem is, because we are all talking about him, we're making him more famous, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, the idea is that we do talk about him, and you watch the documentary, it's on Netflix, so that you know not to be conned.
Swindled.
But it's like he's having the last laugh still.
But how do people... I mean, if someone's asking you for money online, you've not really met them.
Oh no, it was a long con. He met them, he romanced them, he flew them all over the world.
So he spent money on them.
He spent money, but it wasn't his money he was spending it. It was the previous girlfriend's money.
So it's like a pyramid scheme.
It's a Ponzi scheme. So once he's romanced somebody, and it takes a while, it could be 9 months to a year, he gets to know them really well. As I say, he seems to be the perfect boyfriend, perfect rich boyfriend, and then he has a few problems, and then he asks for, can you just help me out with this, or he's somewhere else in the world, and he said, could you just quickly send me, 30 grand? And in many cases, these women, they were usually high-flying women themselves. They had big jobs, so they had bank accounts, but often they took out loans as well, gave him the money, and hey presto, never heard from him again.
Are they older ladies?
No. They were very career-minded girls who were looking for the perfect boyfriend.
I wonder if, you sort of said what makes these people vulnerable to it rather than...
I think because, they all said it's just that he appeared to be the perfect boyfriend. He was rich, he was extremely good-looking, everybody knew him, he went all over the world, he flew them on private jets everywhere, and he just seemed to be, you couldn't help being flattered by him and thinking, wow, I've landed Mr. Perfect. Prince Charming. And because it was a long con, you felt you got to know him. And then he would ask for money, and he did it time and again. So why are we talking about him? Because it's a brilliant documentary to watch. But I think everybody just needs to be warned, and that's something I wanted to... we've got a relationship expert coming in.
We have Joe Hemmings, who can tell you what to look out for, how to tell if someone's genuine or not, or all those sort of things, what to do if anyone asks for money. I don't know, Well, you say no, I think, if they ask for money. But the problem is, as I said, it's a long con. But if you've had any online dating experiences we should know about, maybe they're disasters, maybe they're not. I mean, we had quite a few emails yesterday from people who say, hang on a minute, it can work. You can meet the perfect person for you. And some of them on Tinder.
Yeah.
Actually, one lady said her sons had both met people on Tinder, married.
And another one called Bumble.
Oh, Bumble, yes.
Yeah. And there's Hinge, which is meant to be sort of swindler-proof, but I don't... Yeah, I mean, some of them try and set up
Hinge. I wonder why it's called Hinge. I just think of hinge and bracket.
Well, maybe. But anyway, if you've had an experience of these, we'd love to hear your story.
Yeah. And if you dare look out the curtains this morning, see the weather's still not very pleasant over here in the UK. Here's something that either will cheer you up or drive you mad. Aussie Beth sent this email in 20 minutes ago. I was going to say she's up early, but she's down under, I think. Dear Stephen and Anne, after the terrible weather and the frightening storms lately, I thought I'd cheer you up and send you a little virtual sunshine.
Oh,
look!
If you're listening on the radio, that is the most beautiful sunrise.
Absolutely beautiful. This was taken by a local resident the other morning in the little coastal town where I live in the mid-north coast of New South Wales. We have both rays of sunshine on our airwaves. Oh, you charmer.
Yeah, no, that's lovely. Love New South Wales.
Have you?
Wonderful
really?
place. Oh, yeah. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. I think it's probably the most beautiful place on the planet.
Really?
Yeah. There's a lot of sky. You know what I mean?
Yes.
There's a heck of a lot of sky there, and it's all radiant.
Yeah. No, I've never been. I've got a cousin and her fiancé in New Zealand. They've been down there a couple of years, and the pictures they send
beautiful.
Look lovely. There you go. One day I shall get there.
Yeah.
It is 8 minutes past 6. Let's run you through the main news today. And it looks like it's going to be the start of another difficult week for the Prime Minister, as well as the situation in Ukraine and the ongoing cost of living crisis. The Partygate issue could again hit the spotlight now that the Metropolitan Police have received Mr Johnson's questionnaire about alleged lockdown breaches.
Yeah, the police investigation into those parties at Number 10 and Whitehall is called Operation Hillman, and more than 50 Downing Street staffers are thought to be under investigation.
Well, let's talk to Kevin Hurley, former Detective Chief Superintendent at the Met. Good to see you this morning. Look, in terms of this investigation in itself, we're not going to get any information, are we, until the Met comes to some sort of conclusion here?
No, I mean, they're not going to disclose anything that they've discovered or found until they're pretty near the end. It's a pretty difficult situation for them to handle because I don't think something like this has ever been done before, where a breach of COVID regulations, it's in such a high-profile situation, is now being investigated by means of questionnaires, which are partly based, of course, on some of the investigation done by the civil servant Sue Gray. So the bottom line is, I think they're going to be very carefully gathering together not only what Sue Gray has said, but also what they've got from these various pro formas, and then deciding if they need to go back and test any of that stuff on those pro formas before they take further action. Because what they're doing really is following a standard investigative process, which is where you get the person that you wish to gather some evidence from to say something, to fill in a pro forma, and then you start to look at that, unpick it, test it, and see what the veracity of that is, or if it helps clarify matters. So I don't think we're going to get anything anytime soon.
How, since the investigation was actually launched by Cressida Dick, how will her resignation affect it? In any way at all?
Well, I mean, the bottom line on it is, whatever we said, this is a highly politically charged investigation. However, she delegated the authority for that down to a commander officer who is 5 levels below her, 4 or 5 levels below her, but a person of significant seniority, equivalent of an assistant chief constable, who would normally perhaps be in charge of thousands. That person will do what they judge to be correct, and then in consultation, I suspect, with Crown Prosecution special caseworkers, decide if there is a case that justifies issuing fixed penalty notices, because it's so highly charged. I think there's going to be a challenge about whether an individual police officer would want to take that decision.
Awful lot of fuss, Kevin. It seems an awful lot of fuss and an awful lot of expense for a fixed penalty notice.
I agree. I mean, you are unlikely. In fact, I know for a fact you'd be unlikely to get this level of investigative effort or staffing or levels of supervision, if you like, oversight for an attempted murder or a rape. You know, I mean, it's going to cost money, and its investigators being taken away from other stuff. But such is the political nature of it and the pressure on the Metropolitan Police to be seen to do something. And of course it affects the integrity of the Prime Minister when all's said and done. Therefore, I think they've got to proceed as they are.
OK. Look, Kevin, really good to talk to you this morning. On the plus side, I think your washing's done.
Yeah, we think we can hear a washing machine in the background.
Do you know what? I think you're right. I'm wearing the headphones because I thought it had cut out the noise of the washing machine. But yeah, the washing machine is still going on by the sound of it. Thank you for that tip. I'll check it.
No, that's all right. It's a good time to do your washing. Look, Kevin, it's really good to talk to you.
Thank you. Actually, you say it's a good time to do it. It's actually... Goodbye. It's a very early time on a Sunday morning to be doing the washing.
But if you're on Economy 7...
Oh, I see.
It might be a bit cheaper.
Is that a money-saving tip?
Yeah.
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 But also, if you've got to get up and do an interview for us two on breakfast television, you think, oh, I'll just take the washing downstairs and get that done at the same time.
I've got to be honest, I put clothes in the dryer when I got up this morning.
You left it on?
Well, yeah, but it's on
But it's
timer.
OK.
So there you go.
Don't you worry about... I always worry about what things I might have left on at home.
Oh, do you gas and things?
Yeah. Irons, you know.
Oh, I did that once. I went away to Spain for a week. And when I thought, have I left the hob on? And when I got back, it was still burning.
What?
Walked in the front door and I thought, the house
How long had you been
the house
away?
is quite warm.
How long had you
I've
been
been
away?
away a week. It was only on the lowest of settings, but the gas hob was still on.
Good Lord. That's terrible.
Oh, it's not nice.
Crumbs.
There you go. So always double check before you go away.
Always go back and double check, even if you feel silly.
Yeah.
I always think, make a list and then you can tick it off. Yeah. I once went, this is awful, we're going to come with these stories, aren't we? I once went, I had all the children packed in the car, we were going off on holiday, and one of the children had forgotten something, and I remember saying, oh, for heaven's sake, no. And he said, no, I need to go back and get it, whatever it was. And we went back into the house, and the light in the airing cupboard had sort of just fallen down against a sheet, and smoke was coming out of the airing cupboard.
You're joking.
So if we hadn't gone back, the house would have burned down, frankly.
Oh, my neck.
Isn't it terrifying? Always go back and check, I say.
Well, good thing about LED lights, at least you don't get hot these days. If you've got any weird and wonderful tales like that, let us know. GBViews at gbnews.uk. Let's have a look at the other headlines today. The Prime Minister says a Russian invasion of Ukraine would be the biggest war in Europe since World War II. His comments came as Ukraine's military reported the death of 2 soldiers as violence escalated in the east between government forces and rebels.
The legal requirement to self-isolate when you test positive for COVID is coming to an end this week. Downing Street says the Prime Minister will lift the restriction as part of his Living with COVID plan.
Scotland's Constitution Secretary is warning that the proposed Brexit Freedoms Bill has been drafted without adequate consultation with the rest of the UK. Angus Robertson has written a letter to the Brexit Opportunities Minister, Jacob Rees-Mogg, calling for closer relations with the European Union.
And today we'll see more wet and windy weather after Storm Eunice caused what providers believe was the biggest national power outage on record. Yellow weather warnings have been issued by the Met Office, which could cause more power cuts, transport delays and property damage.
Thank heavens they have done it. Great Britain's women's curling team has struck gold. It's the first Olympic curling gold medals in 20 years. It's the first gold medal of this Winter Olympics as well. Team GB dominated the final against Japan to win 10-3 on the last day of the Winter Olympics in Beijing. So that means we've only won 2 medals in this Olympics.
I know. It's not something we're brilliant at yet, but we'll get there. The universities of Cambridge and Aberdeen have returned 2 of Africa's most significant cultural artefacts to Nigeria. It's a pair of Benin bronzes, thought to have been created in the 16th century, were looted over 100 years ago by British troops.
Now, while the rest of the world languishes in lockdowns, Britain is enjoying yet another rollback of COVID restrictions this week. The PM due to announce the end of self-isolation guidelines if you have a positive test from the 24th onwards.
Yeah, that's if you can afford to buy a test for yourself, because they won't be free anymore, I don't think, either. Most of the coverage over the last few weeks regarding the Prime Minister has been focused around the Ukraine conflict. The latest stance taken by Boris Johnson is a firm one. He released a Russian-language propaganda video warning against an invasion. Certainly pressing issues, both of them. Let's talk to John Ashmore, Chief Reporter at Politics Home. Good to see you this morning. Let's kick off with what is affecting us directly here at home at the moment, and that is the lifting of these COVID restrictions. It's very difficult, isn't it? Because obviously a lot of people on the Labour front benches are saying, well, this is all too much too soon. I imagine a lot of people at home, not everyone, but a lot of people are just going to be breathing a sigh of relief.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, every time they've lifted restrictions of any kind, there's been a chorus of people saying it's too much too soon. You'll remember last year when the restrictions were lifted in the summer, people were saying this was a kind of a deadly decision that would cost hundreds of tens of thousands of lives or something. And then when that didn't come to pass, those same people were rather more silent. I mean, personally, my impression is that we've been living in a pretty post-COVID sort of society for quite some time already. You know, you go out on the street here in London, the only real sign is on the bus and on public transport of anything really. You know, I go to football matches, for example. There's no one wearing a mask. There's no real controls to get into the stadium or anything like that. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely, you know, it will be a relief to people that they're not forced to stay at home anymore. I'm interested to see what effect the fact that the tests aren't free anymore will have on things. I think one of the more valid concerns people have is that we do appear to be not completely, but slightly dismantling some of that infrastructure that we have for testing and tracing, and that if yet another variant did emerge, we might be right back in a really difficult situation and then having to kind of start from scratch again. So that is a bit of a concern. But yeah, definitely good news that we're unfurling the restrictions a little bit more.
And whatever the reasons he has actually done it, it will make Boris Johnson much more popular with his own backbenchers, won't it?
I think maybe a little bit, but I think that that's already sort of priced in for him, that he has done a relatively good job on the COVID front. You look at some other countries around the world that are already battling this. Just look at Canada and the kind of strife they have there with this truckers' protest. I'm not sure that this particular thing will buy Boris Johnson a particular amount of political capital. Just because, as I said, I think we're already quite far from the kind of the worst of COVID restrictions. I think the thing with him is that he's quite, thanks to the length of the police investigation, he's tried to play for time. And to a certain degree, that has worked for him, because we're not talking about Partygate and the police investigation or Sue Gray's report every single day like we were a few weeks ago. We're much more, I mean, we'll come on to it, I think, but we're much more talking about the global issues, as particularly Russian aggression in Ukraine. So it'll be interesting to see what happens when the police do report. My sense is that some MPs are waiting for an excuse to probably send their letters of no confidence in. Others probably genuinely umming and ahhing. He's also benefits, of course, from there's not really an obvious successor, a kind of king or queen across the water. You know, several names are bandied about: Liz Truss, Rishi Sunak, people like that. But there's not an obvious successor, and I think that also helps the Prime Minister.
In terms of the Ukraine situation, I mean, the PM said in his latest sort of message that the Russian invasion of Ukraine would be the biggest war in Europe since World War II. Is this sort of rhetoric helpful? Because we are just waiting to see at the moment what Putin is going to do.
Yeah, I'm a little puzzled by that. I think he's just trying to kind of ramp up the stakes, if you like. I think if anything, it's a message to other Western countries to realise just how serious this is. I mean, if the intelligence reports of a kind of quick Russian strike that encircles Kiev are true, then yeah, I think he's probably got a case. I think people living in the Balkans might take some issue about whether it's going to be the biggest war in Europe since World War II, given what happened there in the 1990s. But yeah, I'm very interested in as well that he's released this Russian language video as well. I've seen Boris trying to get to grips with the Russian language before, and it was an interesting exercise. I think it's also, in terms of the intelligence stuff, what the West is gleaning, it's always tricky to know whether or not this is being kind of deliberately fed to people as part of the Russian misinformation, disinformation strategy. Trying to guess what Vladimir Putin is actually up to at any given time is a pretty tricky thing. He kind of disseminates conflicting things, releases his media release fake videos of shellings and explosions, blaming it on the Ukrainians. It's a real kind of fog of war there, particularly with the difficulty of anyone reporting in Donetsk or Lugansk in eastern Ukraine. So you get these kind of conflicting reports. It's very tricky for journalists, even the ones who are there, to know exactly what's going on.
What about closer to home? I mean, a lot of people have already been in touch with us, and there's quite a lot of commentary in today's papers saying, all right, it's Ukraine is important, clearly, but even more important are domestic problems like cost of living crisis. Is he doing enough?
Oh, I think, I can totally understand that sentiment. My own view is that Ukraine-Russia is very important, and if the West kind of loses, then that will be a really bad thing. But I do understand people think, this is not a country we know a great deal about. Let's focus on energy bills and things like that. They're between a rock and a hard place when it comes to the cost of living. The government can't really control global inflation, food prices, gas prices, things like that. Personally, I think they could have done something simpler in terms of offsetting energy costs. We've got this council tax rebate and we've got this refund that isn't really a refund. I think it would have been a lot simpler if they had just increased universal credit. It would have reached poorer households who are going to struggle with this more. I think the reason they didn't is mainly probably political, because they had increased it by £20, then taken that £20 uplift away. And then if they were going to install another increase, having already taken it away, I think it would have looked like too many U-turns. But I still think that would have been the best option. I don't think the public really particularly care about political U-turns as long as the job gets done. So yeah, I mean, that would have been my preference, but we now seem set on this track of this council tax rebate and energy bill refund. I think a lot of people, especially in April when the national insurance rise comes in, are going to be hit very hard. My own preference again would be to delay or even just scrap that national insurance rise. Again, poorer households cannot afford it at this time, and that's the simplest thing the government could do now to offset the cost of living problems people face.
Well, let's hope someone's listening to you. John Ashmore from Politics Home, good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Well, thank you. In a moment, we'll have more on the investigation into Prince Charles's cash for honours scandal, or so-called scandal anyway. Do stay with us.
Well, it's going to be very windy once again for most, with a band of heavy rain moving southeastwards. So let's have a look at the details. In the southwest of England will be mostly cloudy with patchy outbreaks of rain or drizzle at times. Windy with gales developing into the afternoon, feeling rather mild. It's also going to be cloudy in the southeast with outbreaks of rain affecting all areas. It's going to be windy here with the winds steadily increasing. On to Wales, further outbreaks of rain across South Wales. These will be heavy at times, especially in the west. Windy with some gales developing. The Midlands will also be cloudy with patchy outbreaks of rain at times, although this will become heavier and more persistent later. It's going to be windy and gusty for all with possible gales. Persistent rain will be falling across the northeast with limited drier spells. The rain will be heavy at times and it's going to be windy with gales over coast and high ground. It's going to be a little bit drier and a little bit brighter in Scotland with some sunny spells possible. There will be blustery showers with a bit of a wintry touch to them over higher ground, and it is going to feel quite chilly. Heavy rain will just be clearing eastern parts of Northern Ireland with sunny spells and scattered blustery, perhaps wintry showers following. It's also going to be windy with coastal gales. Now, the rain will steadily clear southeast with showers following, wintry in the north and remaining windy for many.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate.
From all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows. Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
It's basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
It is 6:28. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne on your TV and on your radio this morning.
Now, it's been quite a week for the royal family, with multiple members of the household making headlines, and not all of them nice. It was announced on Tuesday, for instance, that Prince Andrew, the Duke of York, had reached an out-of-court settlement with his sexual assault accuser, Virginia Giuffre. And then on Wednesday, the Met Police launched a Cash for Honours probe into Prince Charles's foundation, following claims that a close aide offered to help a Saudi billionaire get a knighthood.
Then on Friday, Prince Harry began his legal battle at the High Court over his right to pay for police protection when his family is here in the UK. All of this, of course, in the Queen's Platinum Jubilee year.
Shall we pick through this with Grant Harold, who's a former royal butler to Prince Charles, Prince William and Prince Harry. It's lovely to see you this morning. Hi. What do you make of this? Feels like there's a whole campaign almost against the royal family.
It does feel like that. And I think, as you said, the worst part of this, it's the Platinum Jubilee year. So it's the one time when you don't want all this kind of coming out, but it's literally one thing after another, and you couldn't get... It's extraordinary. It's just like really bad timing, but I suppose that's how things can plan out.
I mean, in terms of the worst of all of these headlines, it's got to be Prince Andrew, hasn't it? Because, I mean, that... And whatever they've decided to do, the idea of handing over money does suggest that we're not getting the whole truth, doesn't it?
I think this is the thing that I was kind of saying was that, as the Queen always has said, I think, in her views, is that you're always innocent until proven guilty. So even though there could be evidence and all the rest of it, I said, at least when they have the court case, that gets it all done.
And that's what he said, isn't it?
Exactly,
that's why he said he welcomed a court case.
Exactly. And now this is taking place. A lot of people said to me, does that not mean he's guilty? Well, it doesn't mean he's guilty, but it doesn't mean he's innocent. So how do you go forward after that? That's the other thing people say. How does he carry on?
So in terms of his public life, I mean, that's it. It's over, isn't it?
It is over, but he's still a state councillor, which is so basically the Queen has, if for some reason the Queen's unable to carry out duties due to ill health or being in another country, there's certain members of the royal family, including Prince Andrew, that act as state councillors, including Prince Harry actually as well. And so he's still down as one of those. So, but I don't really see him returning back to normal full-time duties.
Well, as far as the gossip goes, and how can we possibly know? Maybe you do. Prince Charles and Prince William have talked this through, have discussed it probably with the Queen as well, and they've decided that whatever his position, they will not be relying on him for anything.
I think the thing is they have said they're going to slim down the monarchy, and this is a reality. You can see that's what's happening going forward. And I pray the Queen's around for many more years yet, but they're obviously planning this out. And the slimmed down monarchy, I think, will be Prince Charles, the future Queen Consort, Duchess of Cornwall, Prince William and his family. And I think that going forward, that will be it. I think, people said with Princess Anne, I think she will continue, but it wouldn't surprise me if we just see them doing, especially after the Queen's gone, I think there'll be a lot of changes. And that's why you don't need, with the negative things that are going on just now, these are things that, because public opinion can easily change with monarchy, as we've seen in the past.
But, I mean, the problem is, and it's the way with a lot of life, it's the negative stuff that makes the fuss. I mean, Princess Anne is one of the hardest working royals, isn't she?
She is. In fact, when you look at the engagement she carries out, she's one of the top for carrying out engagements. She's a very much a hard-working royal. I actually enjoyed kind of when I got to spend time with her or speaking to her. I thought she's amazing. She says it as it is. She gets the job done. I suppose a bit like her late father, but she's a hard-working royal.
And she didn't accept royal titles for her children.
She didn't.
So she's done things her own way. But if you look at Prince Charles, I mean, this so-called cash for honours scandal, I don't know Prince Charles, you do, but it would surprise me if he knowingly did anything wrong. He doesn't strike me as that sort of person.
He's not. Now, people have said to me, but he knows everything. And yes, he's got advisors. There's people that kind of keep him right and tell him things. But it's fair to say, I don't think there'll be things that he probably doesn't get told. I wouldn't rule that out. And so when he says he doesn't, I think I read somewhere he doesn't know everything that was on. That is possible because he's got so many other things going on. It is possible he doesn't know. And with this, he's kind of caught up in this whirlwind, which is unfortunate. But this is the reality. When you've got all these people around you doing things for you, if somebody gets something wrong, the
carry
buck
the can.
stops with you. Yeah.
Well, what's he like?
He's fantastic. He's very down to earth. He's got a wonderful way about him, great humour. He's got a lovely...
Really?
Yeah, I always say to people, the Queen, brilliant senses of humour, but very hard working. And that's the bit that I find, I think some people think, they have got amazing lifestyles. They live in amazing places. But I've seen behind the scenes the work that he puts into things. I've seen him when I've gone to bed and he's still working away. He's a hard worker and he does it because he believes in it.
I mean, you also worked with William and Harry. Can I ask about Harry? I mean, going to the High Court and all the rest of it, but I mean, that aside, he was such a popular boy. And the work he did in the armed forces was really highly regarded, and now he's in this position where people have fallen out with him. What do you think has gone on there? What do you really think has gone on? Because it just seems such a shame.
I don't really understand it. I mean, I kept saying to everybody and the media that there couldn't be a fallout because the two of them are so close. I've witnessed the closeness between the two of them, and also with the Duchess of Cambridge, and so the whole thing just didn't make sense. And of course, when we saw this breakdown of this relationship, it's now a couple of years ago, and when obviously the kind of statements came out that they were leaving or breaking away from the royal family, I remember kind of thinking, was something obviously really gone wrong, and I still don't really understand it. And I know everyone's kind of blaming different people, but unless you're in there, it's difficult to know what has taken place. That's why I'm always kind of trying to be neutral about it. And it's sad because the two of them as brothers, best of friends, absolutely best of friends. And that's what, from my point of view, I think it's really sad because they were close, and I'd like to think that going forward that that can be healed.
It's part of the problem. You've got the heir and the spare, as they put it. I mean, obviously, Prince William's life has got a very clear direction. He can tweak it a little bit, but he's got a very clear direction, and Harry just didn't.
I think that is maybe part of it, because maybe for Prince Harry, it's what do you do? What is a spare? What is the future? I mean, the thing about the Queen's children, they've all carved their own careers. I mean, I think even with Prince Charles being the longest Prince of Wales in history, he's created this extraordinary role. I mean, this is the other thing. When the day comes that he becomes king, that job that he's created, obviously Prince William, if he's created Prince of Wales, he doesn't become Prince of Wales automatically. If he's created, then he's then got to kind of take that up and make it his own. So, you know, they do have to carve these roles. And it's the same with Prince Harry. I think it's amazing that he has started a kind of new life. He's starting all over. I would wish him the best of luck. I don't think it's an easy choice he's made.
But unfortunately, he's doing things that are making tough headlines for the Queen to read.
They are.
It must be very difficult for her at the moment.
I do feel for her because, again, she was close to... hopefully they still are. She was close to Prince Harry.
Well, she hasn't even met her granddaughter yet.
She hasn't. And now all of this, I really feel for the Queen because, you know, we've seen her the other weekend on, obviously, the beginning of the Platinum Jubilee celebrations. She's still got her humour.
Yeah.
She hasn't been in the best of health in recent months, but she seems to be kind of getting on with it. And I do feel for her with all these royal headlines, all this negative headlines. It's just one thing after another.
Does she read the papers?
I don't think she does. I think she.
Right. I don't think I would anymore.
I don't
if
think
I were
she
her
does.
age.
I think she's a wise lady. I think she just keeps out.
She probably just asks, "Tell me the worst. Tell me what I need to know and no more."
Yeah, which would be fair enough. But Grant Harold, former Royal Butler, very good to talk to you.
It's lovely to talk to you. Thank you very much. Gosh.
Well, we've got plenty more still to come for you, including a full look at the papers with Pete Price and Ella Whelan.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate.
From all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows. Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
It's basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon.
And Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
It is 6:39.
I'm reading the papers.
Stuck in already.
Yeah.
This is Breakfast with Stephen Denard on your TV and on your radio right across the UK.
So, shall we take a look at today's front pages? The Daily Mail, or the Mail on Sunday, leads with concerns raised by ministers that Nick Clegg could be getting tips about government plans to regulate Facebook.
Home Secretary Priti Patel reveals to the Sunday Telegraph that Russia could be planning cyber attacks on British interests.
And then that's the Sunday Mail there, leading with their campaign to ban single-use wet wipe cloths that are heavily toxic to the environment.
The Sunday Times claims that after its investigation into the wealthy donors who are supposedly advising the PM on particular government action.
The Independent runs comments made by the Ukrainian president that condemn Europe's appeasement of Putin throughout this crisis.
Yeah. Finally, the Daily Star Sunday looks at the important news that a violent ghost is haunting the home of 80s star Toya Wilcox. I don't know if it's true or not. They've just done it for that headline.
Yeah,
It's a
exactly.
mystery.
It's a mystery. Of course they have.
It's a
Yeah.
mystery.
They often do that, don't they? Should we
it.
go through the papers now? Let's start some of the major stories in the papers. We have with us broadcaster Pete Price and journalist Ella Whelan. And a very good morning.
Morning.
So we're kicking off with you, Ella, aren't we? And you've been looking at the latest things that are being said about the Ukraine.
Yes, all over the front pages, as you might expect. Even though we had a kind of, throughout the week, there was this sort of anticlimax where all the live streams on Kiev produced nothing and all these sort of D-days of 2 a.m, 3 a.m. didn't come about with any sign of Russian action. There is an ongoing war of words, particularly from the UK, it seems. Very dramatic language coming out of Boris Johnson, talks, the speech that he gave of describing the potential for a generation of bloodshed and misery. We've got from the Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky coming out and demanding that the West imposes sanctions now. He's saying, what are you waiting for? So there's a real ramping up. But the question is, what damage will this have in relation to provoking Russian action? There's a really great example on the front page of the Sunday Telegraph with that story about the potential for cyber attacks, just to show you what can happen when you have this war of words. So the top line is that Priti Patel is saying there could be Russian messing around with cyber attacks, and everyone should kind of batten down the hatches and impose preemptive measures. But actually, if you run down that column on the front page of the Sunday Telegraph, it quotes Lindy Cameron, who's head of GCHQ, the National Cybersecurity Centre, who specifically says there is currently no evidence of the UK being specifically targeted, but just in case. So there is a real problem, I think, here with not just headlines in the media, but also I think cabinet ministers trying to use this very serious international conflict as some kind of a stage for grandstanding, which is only going to be, if you really do think Putin is a very specific danger, which is not to be sniffed at, is only going to poke the bear. I think that's a real problem.
Yeah, poking the bear, that's a good turn of phrase. I think that's the concern from a lot of people. Pete, to the Sunday Mirror, looking at WhatsApp and the Home Office.
Yeah, it's basically racist slurs are being made by the staff of a firm that are getting paid millions, who are looking after the migrants and the detention centres. And one of the slurs was they're joking about the Channel ordeal. What I can't understand is, we're living in a world now which is very PC. How many more people are going to be hurt by verbal slurs before people start to realise? Think before you open your stupid mouth. Yeah. And don't put it down in writing, especially on WhatsApp. These are getting paid money. Please look after these people, whether you are a fan or not a fan of migrants, people coming into this country. They are going through an awful lot of pain that these people who slur them and write these things have no idea of what their life's like and the pain to come over.
But I wonder, do we get a bit sensitive about it in that people have to let off steam and they think they're doing it in a comparatively private setting? I mean, soldiers let off steam, journalists let off steam.
Yeah.
Nurses,
I let off steam.
Nurses in A&E say some pretty grim things at times, but because it's how they deal with the huge pressures that they're under.
Yeah, but they should then remember that we're living in an age now where we've got these whistleblowers. I mean, when I go out, if you and I go out and I have a conversation, I'm looking around to see if anybody's recording me. That's the world we're living in now. Yeah. I was set up once by somebody and it was horrendous what they did to me, and it went viral. It was awful, but I was set up. But, have a little bit of sensitivity.
Yeah.
I think it's just as you said before you open your mouth. Think.
Yeah. Well, we as journalists have to. The people around this table here, we all have to find our facts out. It's not social media. We can't just put down what we want to say.
Oh, no.
The trouble with social media and everybody having a mobile phone that has recording things on them and cameras is that everybody has turned into a publisher, but they haven't been trained to.
No, not at all.
And we find this sort of slip-up happening all of the time. Yeah. What about the wealthy donors who have the ear of our Prime Minister?
Yes, a classic big splash Sunday morning story here from the Sunday Times. listing a huge number. I mean, over 12, but the numbers of people on these supposedly advisory boards is sort of slightly unknown, but at least 12 very, very wealthy, in the millions and billions of donors who have. It's alleged now in the Sunday Times that they were being brought in and being briefed by Johnson's aides, that they were being brought in as a kind of advisory board with suggestions throughout the pandemic. Some of them wanted a different kind of restriction. Some of them wanted changes on taxes. They included people like the wife of Putin's former finance minister, who was lobbying for lower taxes. And indeed, to compound the scandal, several of these very wealthy donors who were giving millions of pounds were given. So Tony Gallagher, who gave 2.8 million, was given a knighthood. Lord Spencer, who gave 2.4 million, was given a peerage. He had actually 4 years previously been disallowed, blocked from getting a peerage because of his involvement in a scandal. And so this doesn't, I mean, it's funny, on the front page of the Sunday Times, they've got a separate section that says Ukraine comes at a good time for Johnson because he wants to get over Partygate and all of this. This is a reminder that there are certainly a lot of people out to get him, but also a certain amount of shadowy stuff going on in government.
It's also probably nothing new, isn't it? I mean, I think, don't we all suspect that money has changed hands and peerages have been given to all sorts of people in the past?
Yes, but I think that in the context, particularly of the pandemic, in the context where you had government enacting such extreme and undemocratic measures, in times of emergency, understandable in certain places. But the problem with the Conservative government not having parliamentary scrutiny, introducing legislation at the last minute, this, alongside having this group of donors who are completely, no one elected them, no one had a say over who they are, being able to influence politics, I think that is a problem. It also shows that Boris Johnson really acts on the last person who talks in his ear, whether it's his wife or a donor or Cummings or whoever. So I think it shows a real lack of conviction on his behalf.
I fancy a peerage, don't you?
I'd like to be a dame.
Yeah.
There is nothing like a dame.
No, you're already
I want to be a baroness.
All right.
Oh, dear.
Oh, don't
Baroness
think about-
Diamond.
Yeah.
Funny
It
enough,
would suit you very well.
June Brown,
yes.
I was
Yeah.
talking to her recently, and she said she was thrilled at getting, but she'd like to have been a dame,
Yes.
like Barbara.
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
exactly.
Barbara wins.
Very, very
Dame
much so.
Dame June Brown.
Oh, yeah, it was, yeah. It was
I'd like
that. Just a quick look at the Sunday People, Pete, and Jimmy Carr.
It's a difficult one, this. I'm a stand-up comic. I've been stand-up comic doing it for 50 years. Where do we draw the line? He's been criticised, a new storm over vile comic who's having a go at victims of children abused, who have been abused, saying that you should laugh about it. Now, in the old days, with the Bernard Mannings, the Ken Goodwins, the Stan Boardmans, the Pete Prices, we would be criticised whatever we did.
Yeah.
Now, if you're in the guise of an alternative comic, you're not criticised. He's talking about paedophilia. He talks about things like this. We would have been castigated and never worked on television again. But because it's PC in their eyes, and Jimmy Carr's being sort of targeted a lot lately for some of his stuff, where do we draw the line? It's a bit like, what do we put on WhatsApp?
It's comedy.
Yeah.
It's comedy. I watched.
But where does comedy stop?
I watched his controversial thing on Netflix.
Yeah.
And I love Jimmy Carr. It wasn't my cup of tea. It was and not because of the controversial jokes. I just thought it was a bit rude. It's just a bit too rude for me. But it's comedy, and you've got to laugh at stuff. I mean, that's the job.
And it's also I'm the same as you. I've never really liked Jimmy Carr that much, but I do like dark humour. And there's obviously, if you're a victim of child abuse, you're not very likely to laugh. It's a very serious thing.
But you're not likely to go to his show either.
But also, there is a cathartic element to laughter, which is that there have been times when people have made jokes about things that happened to me, and there's a kind of catharsis to being able to not laugh at belittle what happened to you, but actually a kind of a release. And I think you forget that element.
Every gag could offend somebody. Every single gag could offend somebody. Yeah. I used to do gay gags when it was wrong to do it. But I did that because I was selling my message saying, hey, accept me, this is who I am. But then the gay community had a go at me for doing it. So I've had a taste of that.
In comedy, it's, as you say, every gag could offend somebody.
Yeah.
Maybe we just need to...
I think we're too easily offended. Basically, is my thought on all of this.
Well, evidently, because I was sitting on that side last time and you put me over here, so I must have upset you.
Had enough.
We'll
swap around next hour, don't worry. Eloise and Pete Price, good to see you. We'll catch up with you a little bit later on.
So let's bring you up to date with the headlines. The Prime Minister says a Russian invasion of Ukraine would be the biggest war in Europe since World War II. His comments came as Ukraine's military reported the death of 2 soldiers as violence escalated in the east between government forces and rebels.
The legal requirement to isolate when you test positive for COVID is coming to an end this week. Downing Street says the Prime Minister will lift the restrictions as part of his Living with COVID plan.
Scotland's Constitution Secretary is warning that the proposed Brexit Freedoms Bill has been drafted without adequate consultation with the rest of the UK. Angus Robertson has written a letter to Brexit Opportunities Minister Jacob Rees-Mogg calling for closer relations with the European Union.
And today we'll see more wet and windy weather after Storm Eunice caused what providers believe was the biggest national power outage on record. Yellow weather warnings have been issued by the Met Office, which could cause more power cuts, transport delays and property damage.
And they've done it! Yes, they did it! Great Britain's women's curling team struck gold, delivering the first Olympic curling gold medal in 20 years. Team GB dominated the final against Japan to win 10-3 on the last day of the Winter Olympics in Beijing.
Aidan McGee is here. So, gold at last.
Yes. Yeah, terrific achievement. I mean, we discussed yesterday, didn't we, the previous curling events that we'd seen. We saw the final yesterday of the men's, a really tight contest. We saw the semi-final of the women the day before against Sweden. Again, it was something like, 12-11. It was really, really close. But this was an annihilation, 10-3 against a very talented Japan side. Redemption as well for Eve Muirhead. It was her 4th attempt at winning the Olympics, and she finally gets there, and along with her teammates Vicky Wright, Jen Dodds and Hayley Duff, they controlled that contest, and they were winning at their first Olympics as well. So huge achievement, and one of only 2 medals as well. So
not only did they do it for themselves, but frankly they did it for us, didn't they? Because otherwise we would not have had a gold medal from these Olympics.
No, exactly. It's nice to finish on a gold as well. I mean, the Winter Olympics is not something that necessarily Team GB have excelled at over the years. We tend to excel more at the Summer Olympics, so it's good. I mean, it's the first medal in 20 years we've got from curling. But as I said yesterday, we did win it in 1924. Yeah. We have got a little bit of pedigree as well, and we're turning into curlers. And that's an achievement as well, because you look at the number of ice skating rinks in this country, there aren't that many. No, you find more in Russia, you'd find more in Sweden, you find more in...
Yeah, but you thought you might have, because we won 20 years, the women won 20 years ago.
Yeah, they did, 2002, Salt Lake City.
But that momentum from that, all the excitement at the time, I remember, clearly has waned off. It's taken another 20 years to get back there.
It has, but sometimes you've got to remember the competition you're up against as well. I think that you're kind of, in terms of natural resources, you're a little bit of a disadvantage when you're competing against sides who have come from, or countries that come from quite a colder climate. I mean, I remember trying to get a skate rink. I was lucky I had one near where I lived, but I mean, the next one on from that was probably about 40 miles away.
Yes, there are very few. I presume there are more in Scotland.
Yeah, there probably are. Yeah. Well, again, this has been a triumph. This has been a triumph that's been born in Scotland as well. Stranraer, they have some excellent facilities up there. They've been making the most of them, and I could see. I mean, all these competitors are relative. Well, certainly the other 3 in the rink, Wright, Dodds, and Duff. They're all quite young.
And for all of them, it was their first Olympics.
For those 3, it was. Yeah. For Wright, Dodds, and Duff, Eve Muirhead has been trying. This is a 4th attempt for her. But if at first you don't succeed, try. Number 4.
Yes.
Yeah, quite right.
Brilliant.
Now, tell us about Kell Brook, because he's beaten Amir Khan in that grudge match.
You know, I sat here yesterday, didn't I? And I'm always getting things wrong, as you know. But I said, look, this fight should have happened probably 10, 15 years ago. Goodness me, why are we having it now? It's because Sky have lost all their boxing portfolio, and they're making this into a big event. Now, I have to say, those 2 got in the ring last night, and this was a brilliant dust-up. Fantastic fight. It doesn't really matter that there was no belts on the line. That was by the by. No one was thinking about that when we got into the first round. Kell Brook looks in fantastic shape. He looks a little bit hungrier to me. And over the years, you know, he's always accused Amir Khan of dodging him in the ring and sidestepping him, and he waited until it was commercially viable, until he had no other options before he stepped in the room with Kell Brook. And we saw last night that maybe Brook had a point all those years, because he was the stronger, he was more determined, he was sharp around the ring, his movement, his footwork was outstanding. And in the first round, he was great. Then in the second and third, he conceded a little bit of ground to Khan, but from the 4th round onwards, up until he got the stoppage in the 6th, that was an outstanding performance. But it could be the curtains down on both performers. They're both getting on a little bit, both 35 years old. I think Kell Brook could possibly have one more fight left in him because he's suddenly become more commercially viable. I think that's it done for Amir Khan now, Olympic champion. Fantastic career, of course.
Yeah, it's interesting. What I don't like about boxers is the arrogance, and I know it's part of the bravado. You've got to put it on, but part of me thinks, oh, I'm quite glad Amir Khan got beaten in round 6.
Yeah, possibly.
Is that awful? Is that an awful?
Not necessarily, but you have to. I mean, you have to consider the courage that these fighters have to take to get into the ring. I mean, he suffered a humiliation last night. Yes, he's got paid for it, but he's going to have that on his record for the rest of his life. So it takes courage to go in, and maybe that's why he was avoiding him for all those years. I don't know. But even so, it's a lot of courage, and he's taken. You know, he took it well, and there was an embrace at the end of it as well. Considering they're meant to hate each other. There was. Look, there's respect. No matter what they think of each other outside the ring, once they get in the ring, once they're tiptoeing around the ring, once they're fighting each other. I mean, he said, Kell Brooks afterwards said, I really hit him hard in the 4th and 5th. And he took those punches, and he respected him for that. And there's always that mutual respect for the fighting, for the commitment they take on, and the skill, and what they put on the line as well. Because in every fight you always risk humiliation. You also risk even worse than that, and you can risk death.
Yeah, well,
it's happened.
Well, it has happened
many times.
It has happened.
You're going to come back because we've got lots more to talk about.
There's
as well,
loads more to talk about. Yeah, thrilling day in the football yesterday as well. So you've got me for a while yet. Sorry about that.
Lovely. Aidan, thank you. Stay with us. All the top stories to come, but first, here's the weather. Well, it's going to be very windy once again for most, with a band of heavy rain moving southeastwards. So let's have a look at the details. In the southwest of England will be mostly cloudy with patchy outbreaks of rain or drizzle at times. Windy with gales developing into the afternoon, feeling rather mild. It's also going to be cloudy in the southeast with outbreaks of rain affecting all areas. It's going to be windy here with the winds steadily increasing. On to Wales, further outbreaks of rain across South Wales. These will be heavy at times, especially in the west, windy with some gales developing. The Midlands will also be cloudy with patchy outbreaks of rain at times, although this will become heavier and more persistent later. It's going to be windy and gusty for all with possible gales. Persistent rain will be falling across the northeast with limited drier spells. The rain will be heavy at times and it's going to be windy with gales over coast and high ground. It's going to be a little bit drier and a little bit brighter in Scotland with some sunny spells possible. There will be blustery showers with a bit of a wintry touch to them over higher ground, and it is going to feel quite chilly. Heavy rain will just be clearing eastern parts of Northern Ireland with sunny spells and scattered blustery, perhaps wintry showers following. It's also going to be windy with coastal gales. Now, the rain will steadily clear southeast with showers following, wintry in the north and remaining windy for many.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate.
From all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows. Every day, we ask the questions that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
It's basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Good morning to you. It's 7 o'clock on Sunday, the 20th of February. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
Yes, we're live across the whole of the UK on both your TV and your radio. Wherever you are, you can take us with you because you can put the app on your phone or whatever, the GB News app, or you can watch us on YouTube. And if you do, please remember to like and subscribe. Coming up this morning.
Boris Johnson is set to learn his fate in the Met's Partygate investigation. The PM under pressure on both domestic issues and the crisis in Ukraine. So is he still up to the challenge?
And are you finding it harder and harder to make ends meet? We'll be speaking to a consumer expert in about 20 minutes' time who will be here to answer your questions and share tips and tricks on saving cash as this cost of living crisis continues.
And after Team GB won their first gold of the Winter Olympics, we look back on a games that maybe caught the eye for the wrong reasons, along with our sports presenter, Aidan McGee.
And don't forget, you can join in on any of our discussions by emailing gbviews@gbnews.uk or tweet @gbnews.
Yeah, loads of you getting in touch on the whole cost of living situation. Jenny, morning to you. Jenny says, living here in Cumbria, my home county, as you can imagine, it is very cold. Is it there? There was a lot of snow yesterday, certainly in the South Lakes. Due to the cost of living crisis, and I have a house coat on to avoid putting the log burner on.
Yeah. I think a lot of people are going to do that.
House coats, though, were a thing not that long ago, weren't they?
That's right. And they were usually quilted, weren't they? They're like quilted dressing gowns, and they do keep you. They do keep you quite warm. Kirsty says much the same thing. She said, I am in receipt of a carer's allowance and my mum is on state pension. Our energy usage hasn't changed, but we have already had to put the heating off because the energy bills are due to jump next month by £130 a month. We're expecting yet another rise in April. We have no way to access further funding for paying those bills and strongly suspect that we are going to probably need to get rid of the car by mid-March if we can't sort something out.
Yeah,
See, this is the crisis.
This is the issue. And yet, who were we talking to earlier on? The guy from Politics Home who was saying, oh, maybe we need to look at, putting up universal credit to help those most in need. Alison says, morning to you, Alison, makes me very angry when people come on and demand a rise in universal credit. I work full-time for an average salary. I can't earn more or work more hours. My bills are going to go up by about £400 a month from March. Council tax will also go up, as will national insurance. It's working people like me who pay the tax that pays for universal credit. We're all affected by this, not just those on benefits. We need an answer that will help everyone.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking about the universal credit thing. If you put up universal credit, it does only help people on universal credit. What about the people who are, like Alison, working hard and just not earning enough to be able to cover the increased cost of living?
Yeah.
But as we were saying, in about 20 minutes, we've got a sort of money-saving expert coming on and hopefully be able to get some advice for you. So if you've got a particular question you want to ask, then do email us at gbviews@gbnews.uk and we will bring those questions directly to the expert.
Yeah, and if you're not someone who has to worry about money at the moment, lucky you. But Ian is one of them, I think. Morning to you, Ian, who says, I enjoy watching your show from my home cinema here in southwest France. Love seeing you on the big screen.
I've always fancied a home cinema.
Oh, yeah.
Show us a picture of it, please, Ian.
Yeah.
Somewhere with lovely comfy seats facing in the right direction and a huge screen with proper sound,
Yeah.
And proper, blackout curtains or something so that you can have the family around, get out the popcorn and watch a really good movie.
Well, if you win the lottery.
Yeah. I've got to do it to win it.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not in it. If you're not in it, you can't win it.
Oh, well, I do it, and I don't win it. But still a chance at 5 million or something tonight. You never know.
Is that right? No. Well, exactly.
Like
you can't win it if you're not in it.
Oh, no, it's not tonight. That was last night.
Oh, so you didn't win?
Oh, so I didn't win. Oh,
well,
blooming heck.
You haven't even checked.
Blooming heck.
Don't check
Sunday,
yet,
isn't it?
because
no, they
do without you walking out.
Oh,
I see. They email you. Oh, right. Well, I'm sorry about that then. That's very sad.
He had another disappointing weekend.
Something else I'd love to hear from you about is we were talking about earlier, we were talking about the difference between dogs and cats when it comes to the weather. Because cats don't really... Well, what does Timmy do?
Timmy,
this bad weather?
No, he won't. He'll try to go out the kitchen door and then decide he doesn't want to go out, so he'll go to the lounge door and see if it's any better there.
Well, that's quite logical, really, isn't it?
And then he'll just lie in front of the fire.
Yeah, my sister sent me a picture of her cat, who's just sort of looking at the weather, what weather, I'm not even bothered, not going out in it. Whereas my little dog goes out and barks at the wind.
Oh.
She can't understand what's happening. It's very, very windy, and the trees are all rustling, looking as though they're going to come down. And she just barks at the wind. So every so often I have to go out and tell her to come back in, to just stop barking at the wind, because it makes no sense. But she obviously thinks it's an intruder of some sort.
But you know why that happens?
Why?
It's because cats are very intelligent and dogs are a bit stupid.
She is a bit, I think.
No, it's true, though. I mean, it's true. Cats are very, very intelligent creatures.
Is that right? And dogs aren't?
Dogs aren't as intelligent.
Oh, come on. Anyway, I'd love to hear how your pet is reacting to this awful weather, these high winds, terrible rain. And Ellie doesn't like snow either. She really can't see the point of snow at all. She takes one look at it and comes back in.
Yeah. So all cat people email in this morning, gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Is he right on that one, I wonder?
Yes, that's why you'll ask the cat people to email in. Anyway, we'll go through more of your views a little bit later on, but our top story today in Ukraine, we know it's been dominating the news for weeks, but what is going on here in Britain?
Well, the Prime Minister is set to announce next week the end of self-isolation orders if you test positive for COVID-19.
And, of course, we've got the cost of living crisis, which is continuing to worsen as families battle rising inflation, meant to go 8% in April, the highest rental rates as well for 5 years.
Well, joining us now to discuss these issues is Connor Tomlinson, a political commentator with Young Voices UK. Hello there, Connor.
Good morning. And Stephen, I'm not going to be hearing this anti-dog propaganda at this time of the morning. It's terrible.
I knew we'd get a reaction from someone. What about this? I mean, what are young people telling you? What is the thing that most worries them? Are they talking about Ukraine? Do they care about Partygate? Or is it bills?
Well, people inside the Westminster bubble care a bit about Partygate. Mainly, we just like everyone to sort of shut up and get on with it, because we've had, especially over lockdown, the frustration of people taking away our experiences, having close family, friends and relatives die, not being able to go to their funerals, we haven't been able to have weddings, start relationships, etc. So we are kind of frustrated at a government who imposes this on us and then doesn't follow the rules themselves. But mainly the cost of living crisis takes precedent over anything. We are facing down the lowest rate of homes available to buy, and actually quite a few homes are not on the market as of December. Highest rate of rental, inflation has outpaced wage growth. And then if you look at the employment statistics, yes, lots of people are employed, but lots of people are registered self-employed. There are actually less people in regular full-time employment than at the start of the pandemic. So it's really worrying time for us. And I don't normally inject my emotions into any sort of political discourse or analysis, but as a young guy in my 20s, I'm seriously worried I'm never going to be able to afford my own home. And lots of people in the Westminster bubble seem to want to give more money to housing developers and high rises and say projects should go ahead by capacity, but not by actually whether or not people are going to have enough space to live in or be able to ever own it one day.
I mean, that's the problem. It's one thing we've talked for years about young people not being able to sort of afford a deposit. But if the rental rates are going up so much as well, you're never going to be able to afford a deposit.
Well, it's like the Help to Buy scheme. It's a good idea on paper, but then when you have this massive amount of quantitative easing from the Bank of England, where they're printing 100 billion or more to keep up with the furlough scheme, that's a ticking time bomb. It's a bubble waiting to burst. We're pending for another economic crash like 2008. We who haven't got our start in life, we haven't had anything to inherit, who are just sort of starting on the ladder precariously, changing jobs and got university debt, etc. We've been put in a really difficult position of where we're actually not really sure if we're ever going to get the start, because we've had our employment opportunities delayed by 2 years of lockdown. We emerge out into a world where the Bank of England is so sure that inflation was going to peak at 7%, but now it's looking to rise to about 8%. Energy bills are going to go up specifically by about £693 in April, and I think the Tories are going to be definitely punished at the ballot box. That I don't think Partygate's going to matter when people's bills hit the table and then the May elections come in. It's seriously concerning, because it feels like we're seeing ever mounting costs and not many opportunities opening up. And then the government's answer to this is, a loan for your energy bills. We're going to inject more money into affordable housing. If the government just stops taxing us to death in the first place, we might be able to actually have some savings.
You're also a generation, when you talk about young people in their 20s, you're also a generation who've had to pay through the nose, some would argue, for your university education. And not that it's been an especially brilliant university education in the last year and a half or so. And you've still got, so you're coming out of education with debt already on your shoulders, and then you're facing all these extras. It's pretty rough, isn't it?
Well, this is the argument we made after the national insurance rise, something that's going to be more money thrown into the bottomless pit of the mismanaged NHS. The graduates are facing, if you take their university loans repayments into account, especially considering they're looking to raise them at some point, we're facing a 43% tax rate for on a graduate salary. That's unmanageable. That's redistributive socialist levels of we can't even control our own money. And it's pretty disheartening. I'm not someone who's quite down in the dumps about this, but to see, especially after 2010, the encouragement of everyone must go to university, I think it was mainly to sort of fudge the unemployment statistics and make it look like everyone's in full-time education and they're not jobless. Not everyone should have gone to university, and a lot of the time, these flat fees are made to subsidise a lot of other degrees which spend a lot more. You can see with like master's programs, you can change the rates people are paying, but loads of people were going to universities to do a 3-year undergraduate degree for the same cost as another degree which might earn them an immediate job or a graduate scheme or something as they get out, and they're getting a lot of money for things that are basically indoctrination courses that are teaching you how to be a brilliant social activist, but not any job-seeking skills. They're teaching you what to think rather than how to think, and so they're leaving university with all these costs and then going into a middle management job and getting very, very upset because they can't make any money and they've been sold a pack of lies.
I mean, I guess if there is anything positive to look at, it is with the changes in the COVID rules. I mean, at least you can imagine young people, most young people, are not going to be overly bothered about still walking about with a mask on or anything else. They're just going to be glad to maybe get a bit more of their life back.
I mean, you'd be surprised. I think GBNews maybe needs to start paying to put the screens on the pubs in Bath, etc. Because I went down there for Valentine's Day to keep my missus happy, and there's loads of people still walking around with masks outside. So some people have just been scared out of their wits, and this is young people as well. I remember seeing a young lad walk out of a shop with his girlfriend. They can't have been more than 19 or 20, and she just went to him, nudged him in the arm, and went, "Oh, go on, take your mask off." Well, I mean, if she's telling him to take the mask off, I wonder who the man in that relationship is. Let's put it that way. But lots of people are still scared out of their wits, and we've had the Sage propaganda campaign telling people, well, if you go near Granny, you're going to kill her. Well, some people haven't still shaken that mentality. It's wonderful to still see young people going out and forming relationships and meeting people in the nightlife, and it's nice to see some of my friends that I haven't seen since I graduated a while back. So we've all gone off into far-flung areas of the country and lived our lives. But some people are still trapped in that mental prison, even if the restrictions go, and that has to be laid at the government's feet when they spent so much money on advertising to scare us.
Connor, I must say, I'm talking to you now and hearing this litany of woe is very much like talking to my sons. They feel exactly the same way. The one power you do have, I guess, is your vote. So how would you, and the young people you speak to, do they feel there is an alternative to vote for?
Well, this is the problem. You have the old saying of if you're not a socialist when you're younger, you got no heart. If you're not conservative when you're older, you got no head. I suppose I'm heartless because I've never really been sort of in the socialist camp. However, Conservatives at the moment kind of are. And if Boris is going to be ousted, which it's looking, whether it's going to go with a whimper or a bang at this point, as you said with Partygate at the start, it's looking to be an inevitability slowly but surely. Well, Rishi Sunak's got us in this situation with his tax and spend monetary policy, and if he's next in line, we're all sort of despairing. And so I think it's going to look a little bit like my constituency, Bexley, a little while ago at a by-election. They elected Louis French, but by a much slimmer Conservative margin than in 2019 with James Brokenshire. And it's going to be that if people are sort of Conservative-minded young people, most of them are just going to stay home with that apathy. We really need an alternative for sort of low tax, better economic growth, and a more freedom-based future. But currently, I don't really think any of the parties provide that. We'd love it if they would.
Oh, very interesting.
Yeah.
But, Connor, it's really good to talk to you. Thanks very much indeed.
Pleasure.
Yeah, thank you.
I mean, we do have to listen to young voices.
I listen to them all the time, and I'm telling you, they are fed up, like Connor there. They are absolutely fed up with what's going on at the moment. They feel they're being fleeced, and they're just, I don't know, it's this thing of that, I'll never be able to afford to have my own place with higher bills. That costs a fortune to drive a car, and all of those old woes. But they've still got their university loan to pay off.
And that's the big difference.
It's a miserable time for the youngsters at the moment. I really
No worries,
think
you
it
too.
is.
Thanks very much. Better to come back.
Oh, he's still there.
Yeah. I've got a Connor too, and he feels the same. And then I say, well, the one thing you can do is vote. And they say, oh, who for?
Yeah.
Who's any good at the moment?
I know. Everything needs a bit of a shake-up, I think.
That's what I think too.
Yes,
Yeah.
bit of a shake. But we're reaching that
But we
point.
don't want another general election yet, do we?
No.
I don't know. What would you do? Go on. If you've got a solution, get in touch with us. gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Yeah, let's have a look at the other headlines for you. And the Prime Minister says a Russian invasion of Ukraine would be the biggest war in Europe since World War II. His comments came as Ukraine's military reported the death of 2 soldiers as violence escalated in the east between government forces and rebels.
The legal requirement to isolate when you test positive for COVID is coming to an end this week. Downing Street says the Prime Minister will lift the restriction as part of his Living with COVID plan.
Scotland's Constitution Secretary is warning the proposed Brexit Freedoms Bill has been drafted without adequate consultation with the rest of the UK. Angus Robertson has written a letter to the Brexit Opportunities Minister, Jacob Rees-Mogg, calling for closer relations with the EU.
And weather-wise, today is going to see more wet and windy weather after Storm Eunice caused what providers believe was the biggest national power outage on record. Yellow weather warnings have been issued by the Met Office, which could cause more power cuts, transport delays and property damage.
We're all being advised not to approach a dangerous dog who's on the loose. Devon and Cornwall police are searching in Bodmin Moor for the 7-year-old German Shepherd mix who's escaped from his lead yesterday evening.
And they've done it. Great Britain's women's curling team has struck gold, delivering the first Olympic gold, and it's the first curling gold medal in 20 years. Team GB dominated the final against Japan to win 10-3 on the last day of the Winter Olympics in Beijing.
Amir Khan is thinking about retirement after losing to Kell Brook in their long-awaited grudge match last night in Manchester. His first fight in 2.5 years was stopped by a referee 51 seconds into round 6. Potentially bringing an end to his 17-year career.
And Canadian police will make what they hope will be a final push to clear the capital, Ottawa, of demonstrators today. Yesterday, the police used pepper spray and stun grenades to move out truckers. They are protesting anti-vaccine mandates. There were 170 arrests.
A helicopter carrying 3 passengers has crashed dangerously close to a crowded beach in Miami. No one on the beach was injured, but 2 of those on board were taken to a local hospital. We're told they're in a stable condition.
Crumbs! The universities of Cambridge and Aberdeen have returned 2 of Africa's most significant cultural artefacts to Nigeria. The pair of Benin bronzes, thought to have been created in the 16th century, were looted over 100 years ago by British troops.
Now, something called a bleed safety cabinet has been installed in Manchester for the first time. It's after 16-year-old Romero West was fatally stabbed in Old Trafford in September last year.
Our North West of England reporter Bradley Harris has been to meet Romero's mother and cousin, who have been campaigning for more bleed safety cabinets across the UK.
It's the first of its kind in Manchester and an important step towards tackling knife crime in the city. A bleed safety cabinet is designed to help those who have been stabbed before paramedics arrive. It's installed at the Place Library in Fallowfield in memory of Romero West, who was fatally stabbed in Trafford late last year. Romero's mother, Kelly Brown, wants to take action against knife crime.
Knife crime is a big problem right now in Manchester, Greater Manchester. My son was murdered in September 2021. It took the ambulance service 30 minutes to get to the women who was supporting Mero before the ambulance came. We're trying to do what we can in Manchester, and other communities are pulling together to see what they can do. I'm turning my pain into a fight, and the fight is to get more of these around Manchester, because, like I said, no parent should have to bury their child.
This is what's inside a bleed control kit. I've got Deanne who's going to show me how this works. So you don't have to be a professional, you don't need training for this. Just explain what's inside and how it works.
So once you've gained access to the cabinet, you'll have access to this little pack here. This has everything in it that will hopefully save the life. In here you'll find pieces of equipment, all of which are colour coded. So on here we've got clear instructions. Again, it's colour coded depending on where the body has been struck. For example, we've got the red areas that's telling you that we need to ensure that the wound is packed rather than covered, and hopefully by the time the response team arrive on site we would have done enough, hopefully, to help save that life.
The bleed kit is one of many, they hope, to be installed across the country. Personalised with Romero's face and a slogan to remind people of the cause.
Put down the knife, save our life, save the kid's life.
Bradley Harris, GB News, Manchester.
What a great idea.
It is a great idea because it really could save a life.
Yeah, it's like those defib. Do they call them defib? Yeah, that you get occasionally. And they're sort of idiot-proof as well because they actually tell you what to do when you actually get it out. It starts to tell you how to help somebody. I think they're amazing. We should have more of them.
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
A great idea. It really is.
Stay with us here on Breakfast. Coming up, we're going to be talking to money and consumer expert Sue Hayward. She's got some tricks for you to save money this winter. First, here's the weather. Well, it's going to be very windy once again for most, with a band of heavy rain moving southeastwards. So let's have a look at the details. In the southwest of England will be mostly cloudy with patchy outbreaks of rain or drizzle at times. Windy with gales developing into the afternoon, feeling rather mild. It's also going to be cloudy in the southeast with outbreaks of rain affecting all areas. It's going to be windy here with the winds steadily increasing. On to Wales, further outbreaks of rain across South Wales. These will be heavy at times, especially in the west, windy with some gales developing. The Midlands will also be cloudy with patchy outbreaks of rain at times, although this will become heavier and more persistent later. It's going to be windy and gusty for all with possible gales. Persistent rain will be falling across the northeast with limited drier spells. The rain will be heavy at times and it's going to be windy with gales over coast and high ground. It's going to be a little bit drier and a little bit brighter in Scotland with some sunny spells possible. There will be blustery showers with a bit of a wintry touch to them over higher ground, and it is going to feel quite chilly. Heavy rain will just be clearing eastern parts of Northern Ireland with sunny spells and scattered blustery, perhaps wintry showers following. It's also going to be windy with coastal gales. Now, the rain will steadily clear southeast with showers following, wintry in the north and remaining windy for many.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate.
From all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel
right here on YouTube. You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows. Every day, we ask the questions that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
It's basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
It is 7:25. Good morning to you. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne on your TV and on your radio.
Now, an awful lot of people are getting in touch about cost of living problems. And I think we're all worried about where things are going to go. The point is, what do you do if you actually realise that it's going to get to the point where you just can't afford to pay your bills? When they say low pay, we say no way. That's the slogan at yet another cost of living protest yesterday in Cardiff. Some protesters are calling for the nationalisation of gas and electricity companies to help lower prices. Would that work, I wonder?
Well, I don't know. Let's talk to Sue Hayward, who's a money and consumer expert, who hopefully will have some ideas for us this morning. It's really good to see you. Look, I mean, the problem with all of this is we're not facing one specific issue, are we, where there's extra money, extra costs being piled up from a whole load of different directions now. It's where to start.
Absolutely. And you know what, the usual small money saving tips that I would give are just not even going to touch the sides sometimes of the really big crisis we're facing right now. You know, while you can do things like, of course, try and switch supermarkets, maybe swap, shop at some of the budget supermarkets rather than mainstream ones. With fuel, there's small things like, if you look on, there's a brilliant website called petrolprices.com, which finds the cheapest fuel in your area. But obviously, I'm not going to pretend that's going to magic up hundreds of pounds overnight, which is what a lot of people are going to need to pay the bills. So I would say, aside from people who are really, really struggling, and obviously if you absolutely are and you're worried about keeping the roof over your head, then of course organisations like Citizens Advice, Step Change and National Deadline are the people to go to, because they offer free advice and they're not going to point the finger, they're not going to judge or give you a hard time. They're absolutely fantastic. But I would say one of the main things is try and look for the ways to save the bigger chunks of cash, if you like. So for example, there's still 1 million of us on our lender's standard variable rate when it comes to mortgages, which means we're paying around 4.5%, whereas some of the best fixed deals out there are around 2%, which means almost immediately, because you can set these up literally within a couple of weeks, almost immediately you could be saving, potentially a couple of hundred on your mortgage each month, and even over a year, a huge amount more. So things like that, I would say, worth doing. Look at the bigger chunks of cash you could save, if you like. And if you've got a credit card bill that you're struggling to pay off, check the interest rate, because if you're paying interest and the average on credit cards is around 20%, then look and see if you can switch to one of those 0% balance transfer cards. It won't work for everyone, but if it does, or you can get a lower rate, almost instantly you can save some money each month, which just will help towards those hideous price rises.
Is there such a thing as a mortgage holiday anymore? You could ask your mortgage lender to take a few months off. Is that possible?
It is. I mean, under the government's sort of coronavirus financial package, they had quite strict rules that the lenders were meant to do this. You can still do it. There's no official scheme. But if you speak to your lender, and the usual criteria is providing you've had the mortgage for at least 6 months, possibly a year, and you've paid on time, you're not in arrears, and you've always been good with your payments, most of them will be flexible and they will let you take a mortgage payment holiday. It can be, in some cases, up to a year. Of course, the bad news is it's not free cash. They don't waive the bill. It does mean that you will need to repay the mortgage payments along with the interest at a later date. But it's certainly possible, and it's worth asking. They don't always flag it up in big letters on the website, but there's usually a contact number for their customer service, or even just go into a branch and ask. So it's definitely worth asking about that.
I mean, that is actually one of the key things, isn't it, asking? Because one of the big problems that we all have is when you start to get into debt, you just spiral out of control with it. Now, how important is it to talk to the people that you're owing money to, whether it's the mortgage or your landlord or even your phone provider, What difference does it make? Are companies out there prepared to be reasonably flexible?
They are, and certainly when it comes to, I would say in order of priority, sometimes, bizarrely enough, it seems to be the credit card companies that actually shout the loudest when you owe them money. But it's actually keeping the roof over your head. So, as you say, it's the mortgage lender, it's your landlord, your council tax. These are the kind of priority people that you need to pay. And obviously, if you can't pay them, you need to speak to the council about council tax. For example, there may be a situation where you're entitled to a council tax rebate or discount, rather. I mean, for example, if you're living alone in a property, you can get a 25% discount. I mean, I know a lot of people are due to get £150 rebate on council tax, but of course, that's not across the board. That's on the lower council tax bands of A to D. But definitely speak to them. I mean, certainly with mortgage lenders, a lot may be able to arrange reduced payments, or your lender might be able to find out a cheaper deal that you could be on with them. It may not be the cheapest on the market if you were to look at the whole of the market, but certainly it may be a whole lot cheaper than paying the standard variable rate, even if you fix for 1, 2, 3 years.
Sue, we're just about to run out of time, but can I very quickly ask you, what happens if you don't pay your electricity bill, for instance? Can they cut you off simply for not paying? What happens?
No, they won't cut you off. Usually what they do is they write to you. Obviously, you may end up getting threatening letters, but do speak to the suppliers, because they do have what's called, in dire circumstances, a hardship fund where they can actually try and help you and sort things out. So I would say do ring them if you're struggling. Certainly there are ways in place to try and help you.
In terms of finding a cheaper deal, Alan's been in touch this morning. He's an OAP. His contract with OVO is running out, OVO Energy. They're trying to get him to sign a 2 or a 1 year contract. The problem is, he says, my electricity will immediately go up irrespective of what contract I choose. Any tips on what he can do?
And you know what? This is the problem at the moment. The fixed deals, I've spent the last few years saying to people about switch energy deals. Right now, that if there are deals around, they are not usually the best value at all. It's the standard variable rate, which used to be the most expensive. So I would say when his fixed deal ends, pretty much, without knowing his exact situation, pretty much his best bet is to go to the standard rate. You're protected by the energy price cap. It does mean bills will go up, but it's certainly your best bet, because those fixed deals, sometimes you could pay an awful lot more right now.
Great advice. Thank you very much, Sue. That's brilliant. Wish you had you in an upstairs cupboard to go to every so often and say, what do I do next? But that's really interesting. Great, thank you. And do stay with us here on GB News, because we have plenty more to come, including a full look at today's front pages with broadcaster Pete Price and journalist Ella Whelan. That's coming up.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate.
From all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows. Every day, we ask the questions that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
It's basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Very good morning. It is 7:35. This is Breakfast with Stephen and good to have you with us this morning, whether you're watching on TV or listening on the radio.
And it's time to go through the papers now. Joining us this morning, the broadcaster Pete Price and journalist Ella Whelan. Morning again, both. We're starting with Ella, aren't we? And with these wealthy donors who have the Prime Minister's ear.
Yes, this is the big Sunday splash
Do you not
story.
want it back?
And he's, you know, there have always been stories of, particularly with the Conservative Party, of the influence of donors. It's been washing around for a few years now, the question over whether people can buy their way into influence with the Prime Minister or the Cabinet Ministers. But the Sunday Times has got a list now of several donors who have supposedly been meeting with organised meetings, one of them actually, as it happens, at the time when Boris Johnson and Carrie were pictured having cheese and wine in the garden on that controversial meeting, giving advice as to whether they want taxes lowered, whether they want restrictions removed throughout the pandemic, including some quite controversial, or we might just say interesting figures. So the wife of Putin's former finance minister was allegedly asking for a lowering of taxes of the wealthy. Lord Spencer was given a peerage after giving millions to the Conservative Party, and that was the kind of, if that's not controversial enough, there was the outline in the Times that he had previously been blocked because of one of his firms had been allegedly involved in a scandal. There's also an individual here who is allegedly facing a trial for rape and sexual assault, who even after that was announced was invited back for meetings. So seems to be a certain amount of dodgy dealings going on, but I think probably the bigger question is, aside from sort of questions of corruption, is does Boris Johnson just listen to the last person who talks in his ear? Because we know that we've had a problem from Dominic Cummings to now questions about his wife, Carrie Johnson, of who has influence over the Prime Minister. It's looking increasingly like this man of principle I mean, I know that's a bit of a stretch of Boris Johnson, but he sold himself as having a particular kind of ideology. He was a libertarian. He stood for these kind of things. It's now becoming increasingly clear that he really is flailing and is just listening to the last aide or influencer who spoke in his ear. And I think that's a real problem for democracy.
OK, I'd be interested to get your thoughts on that this morning. Pete, to the Sunday Express. The COVID rules are ending on the 24th, which is Wednesday, I think, is it, or Thursday?
Apparently, and he's going to say to the Cabinet that there should be a green light to end the legal duty of people who test positive to self-isolate. I think it's time to do it. I think it's time to try to go back to a form of normality. We've had 2 years. If we haven't all learned something from this, I am sensible. I had a positive test a while ago and didn't tell anybody, but I stayed in out of common courtesy to other people. I've noticed being down here, going to the theatre the other day, going on the underground, people are wearing masks, they're not wearing masks. I think that's now going to be the norm, that if people feel that they need to self-isolate, then they must do it. I've had my jabs, and because so many people have had jabs, we've given a backbone to the country. We've got to go back to normality, because we're not talking about flu, for instance. I think 3,000 people have died of flu. We never hear about that.
No. Well, it's interesting. It was reported this morning that despite obviously a very big number of COVID infections over the winter, that winter deaths in the last sort of few months have remained in line with what we would normally see.
Well, you think about, there are now 6 million plus people waiting for treatments and operations. I hate to say this, but how many of them will die? I bet it'll be a lot more than died of COVID. That's what's scary. We have to put it back to perspective. We've got to start earning money. We've got to start putting bread on the table. And people have got to be sensible within themselves. And common courtesy to other people, I think, is important.
People who are making money hand over fist, by the look of it, are universities.
Yes, not everyone suffered throughout the pandemic, it seems. I think everybody suspected that universities were getting something of an easy ride. Many of them, I mean, in fact, actually 24 of them, of Russell Group universities, took furlough payments, whereas some others, like Queen's University, decided that they weren't going to. This story on the front page of The Telegraph here shows that up to £2.2 billion were amassed among some universities, partly because of the fact that so many more students now, because of what happened with there not being exams and grade inflation, are now going to universities. So they've had a huge surge of a cash boost from more students coming in, but also because they haven't had to pay out the costs of running a university in normal times, you know, paying cleaners to clean rooms, all the kind of stuff that makes a university run.
This doesn't seem right to me, because so many students have had to pay the normal price of an education, but they haven't been able to go into university. Yes. They've been doing virtual learning. They've been complaining they haven't had anything like the university experience they should have had. They should be being paid some of their fees back.
Well, there are students out there who have spent now almost the entirety of their undergrad degree on Zoom, and so then paying out over £9,000 or whatever it is extortionate rates, which it's not just about the money, but it's also about the fact that you go to university to meet people, to speak to your lecturers, to have that interactive experience. It's about broadening out your world and your knowledge, and I think they've really missed out on that. There's also the case that there have been 68 universities with staff out on strike about pensions and working conditions. So, you know, the fact that universities seem to have such a cash injection and yet can't afford to pay their staff properly.
That stinks,
doesn't
it?
It is, yeah.
It does. Having said all that, though, Liverpool now is a university town, and there's an awful lot of people out partying, so they've got money somewhere.
Well, yeah, but they've got to...
No, I've got to say that.
Yeah, they've got to
They're young people, and they've got to enjoy themselves.
Of course they've got to enjoy themselves. They're not learning, so they've got to enjoy them.
Well, I hope they are learning.
You old cynic, you old cynic. GPs, Pete, have you been Zooming a GP lately?
No. The headline is, patients are fed up with seeing GPs on a laptop. And you don't have to read the article. That headline says it all. So many people... Go on.
Is it an age thing? I mean this with the greatest respect, if you're an older viewer or older listener this morning, because I have to say, I just find it more convenient.
So do I.
Easier.
Really? Oh, well, it must be an age thing then, because all the people I know love going to see the doctor and having that personal touch. Take your clothes off, put them over there with mine. No, I feel that no, a lot of people don't feel they're getting proper health. Sorry about that. Just one of my lines.
No, but I don't think it's an age thing. I had a really sore nose, and I said I need to go to the doctor, and he asked me to take a picture of it. So I was kind of there with the. And you think, well, what if it wasn't my nose that was sore? What if it was something else? I wouldn't be sending you pictures of that. So there's a kind of an element of the privacy of the doctor's surgery.
Come in if that's the case.
Well, who knows? I mean, I
find it convenient as well. I had to fill in. My surgery is just on this e-consult thing.
Oh, yeah.
You come across that where you have to fill in a form to request an appointment, and you're filling in this form. And steam was coming out of my ears. I was so angry about having to fill in a form, you know, and you give all the details and everything. And I thought, oh, that's great, you know. So you fill in the form, you send it off, and think, I wonder how long it's going to take. Honestly, the phone went almost straight away.
Yeah.
And the doctor said she said, I know it's a pain filling in the form, but once it's filled in and it's sent, it pings up straight away on my computer.
I think you'll find...
I was talking to the doctor within seconds.
Yeah. I think you'll find different practices have different ideas. The practice I go to is really sensational, really, really good. There's some friends of mine go to other practices that are dreadful. So I think they're all different, you know. And the filling in the forms, a friend of mine was trying to see a dentist, and I've never seen forms like it in my life. It's like an encyclopedia.
I mean, I think the bottom line is you should be able to, if you're happy to do it online, great, takes the pressure off them doing other. But if you need to go and see them face to face, you should just be able to do it.
Yes.
Well, the idea of that beautiful young lady at the end of the table taking a photograph of her nose, I think of a couple of problems I've had. I don't think I could ever photograph where I'm supposed to. Yes. No. I'm drawing the line.
Yeah.
Ella, never mind, all the single ladies. It's all the single men.
Yeah, if you're struggling to find a girlfriend, it seems you need to move to Wandsworth. ONS, I know, because there's pros and cons, but ONS data shows that Wandsworth in particular is the most gender-segregated part of Britain, I think they say, with 33% more females in their 20s than males in the borough. It doesn't go into why, or whether there's some kind of internet forum that's telling all the girls to come here.
They used to say that about Nottingham back in the day. They always used to
that's
say,
right. It's because Nottingham had a lace industry, so historically it always had more young ladies who did lace work.
Well, that's it. They explain it here in the front pages because it's got more lidos and parks. We don't know that that's particularly female activity.
No, wouldn't have thought so.
How odd.
Anyway, if you're looking for a girlfriend, get to one.
Yes. And
Well,
why?
you don't need to be, Pete.
I certainly don't want to be there.
Pete, why can't Jane McDonald, the cruise lady, why can't she live in Hollywood?
She can't live in Hollywood. She said she'd never move to Hollywood. She lives in Wakefield. She'd never lived in Hollywood because she's a Yorkshire lass and they wouldn't get her humour. Do you know what? I picked this story because Jane McDonald's never off telly these days. What you see is what you get. She's one of the nicest ladies I've ever met
she's
in
lovely.
my life.
Yeah.
Everything you
she's
see.
She's such a character.
And she's had a terrible time since she lost Eddie, a lovely, lovely man who passed away. She's had a terrible time. But she's come through it. She's got Sue, who's her best friend, who stays with her and works with her. And TV, she does. But she does look fab. I'll show you the photographs of me with her on my phone. She's just. But honestly, what you see is what you get. And when you see her on stage, her stage presence.
Really?
She can have an audience eating out of the palm of her hand. She's spectacular.
Come on, Jane. I need to sort something out.
Yeah.
Little
what do you want?
I want to go and see her.
Oh,
Is that good?
We'll go. I'll take you. I'll take you.
But
we're going to see
she
a
reckons
concert.
the Americans don't get her sense of humour.
Well, I don't get her accent, so I mean, I'm Scouser. I'm in Yorkshire, but I adore the woman. I have to. If I was a heterosexual man, that'd be my lady.
Oh, isn't that nice?
Yeah, no chance.
But I'm not, so I'm quite happy as I am.
All right, Pete Price, Ella Whelan there. We must leave it. Just for now, though. We'll see you again a little bit later on.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks very much indeed.
Let's have a look at the top stories for you, should we? The Prime Minister says a Russian invasion of Ukraine will be the biggest war in Europe since World War II. His comments came as Ukraine's military reported the death of 2 soldiers as violence escalated in the east between government forces and rebels.
The legal requirement to isolate when you test positive for COVID is coming to an end this week. Downing Street says the Prime Minister will lift the restriction as part of his Living with COVID plan.
Scotland's Constitution Secretary is warning that the proposed Brexit Freedoms Bill has been drafted without adequate consultation with the rest of the UK. Angus Robertson has written a letter to the Brexit Opportunities Minister, Jacob Rees-Mogg. They want closer relations with the EU.
And look at this. A helicopter, which was carrying 3 passengers, has crashed dangerously close to a crowded beach in Miami. There it goes. Look how close it is to swimmers. Anyway, 2 of those on board were transported to a local hospital in stable conditions, but nobody else injured, thank goodness.
Time for all your sport and your showbiz this morning. It's Stephanie Tetchy and Aidan McGee. Good to see you both this morning.
Good morning.
Stephanie, can we talk about a classic?
Yes,
Breakfast
we
at
can.
Tiffany's.
I feel like I'm going to stop calling it the Showbiz Roundup and it's going to be like What's Woke Today. And today, What's Woke is Breakfast at Tiffany. Channel 5 has found itself in the centre of a censorship round because it's now decided to cut out scenes of Mickey Rooney dressed as Breakfast at Tiffany's Chinese landlord, Mr. Yunishuki. They're complaining, they're saying that he has yellow face makeup, he has his eyes slanted, he's wearing buck teeth, and they said it's very insensitive.
I mean, it was sort of clumsy, even in the day, wasn't it?
Yeah, back then it was a big thing. But most broadcasters, such as Sky, they've put content warnings on it, but Channel 5 have decided to cut it off completely. So obviously, film critics are now saying you don't need to cut it out. You could have just put a content warning. Terry Gilliam, who was in Monty Python, he's saying that it just feels like Britain is just moving to this censorship state where we should really kind of respect how it was back then and leave things as it is.
It's killing the art, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's killing the art of film censorship, do you not think?
Yeah, I do. I think, obviously, content warning is fine because then people can be aware of it. But I think actually taking the scene out completely, it kind of spoils what is a classic film.
I mean, you wouldn't do it now, but so you do have to view things within the context and the time that they were made. I mean, it was the 60s, wasn't it?
Yeah, 61 when it came out, and Sean Hepbury, he's come out and he's also said that we have to kind of respect the time it came out from, and you know, it's a classic.
Yeah.
And I think people have watched it so many times.
I mean, you could get upset about anything, but even Holly Golightly, played by Audrey Hepburn, is a ridiculous character, and frankly, you know, the whole script is misogynistic, really, isn't it? But you know, why get upset about it at this stage? As you said, just say this was made in context. The only trouble is, I suppose, if you have a generation of youngsters watching that for the first time, it's still there, and it is. But it is offensive in some way, I don't know.
Then it makes me think in the future, a film like this, would everything eventually be cut out? Because who knows what's going to be deemed offensive in 10 years from now? So all these classic films, eventually, we might just have...
You know, the classic movie of Rebecca, which is such a wonderful movie, but the male character is so patronising and insulting towards the female character. I mean, he calls her stupid and says all sorts of awful things to her, which were completely understood at the time. And I remember, I mean, that sort of puts the hair on the back of your neck up to watch it. Except that it's such a wonderful movie, I wouldn't want to...
Don't worry your pretty little head.
Exactly. He says things like... He does say things like that in the movie. And that really makes me... spit.
Films...
but nevertheless, it's a wonderful movie.
It is. And films are based on real life, so...
Yeah, life at the time.
Yeah.
Aidan, can we talk a bit of gold? We've got to do a bit of gold.
Yeah, why not? Why not? Well, we were hopeful yesterday, weren't we? We might get a gold in the men's curling. Didn't quite happen. Silver, very creditable. Don't forget, we only got 2 medals in this games, and it's finishing today. But we did finally get a gold yesterday in the women's curling. Eve Muirhead, redemption for her 4th attempt as the skipper, trying to get gold. She gets it, and you know, as we said last hour, if at first you don't succeed, try again. 4 times there. Absolutely. She did it, and of course, huge credit to Vicky Wright, Jen Dodds, and Hayley Duff getting gold as well in that rink. And 1 gold, 1 silver. It's not a vintage return from the Olympics, but nonetheless, you have to say that nobody in curling let us down. We do have a little bit of pedigree in this tournament, although, as we touched on last hour, we haven't won anything for 20 years, but nice to emerge from the games with a couple of medals nonetheless.
So we've got something to bring home. Stephanie. It's all lies.
Yes.
It's all fake. Tinder swindler.
Tinder swindler has gone to Hollywood now. He is fighting back from all the claims that he's swindled all these hundreds of thousands of pounds of money from women, and he's saying that Netflix have fabricated the whole story. He's set to do his first interview on Tuesday on Inside Edition.
Oh, no, he's going to become a star.
He is, and he's got his girlfriend by his side, his glamorous blonde girlfriend, who's saying she is sticking by him, and she's going to be talking about why she's decided to stay by him.
Well, because she needs to get her 200 grand
Obviously,
back.
She's going to make the money too.
I am staggered that the fact that it was such a brilliant documentary on Netflix. It exposed him as an absolute swindler. But he's now sort of benefiting from it.
He will do, because, you know, over 50 million people have watched that documentary worldwide.
Wow.
So he probably got paid to do this interview, which is going to be coming out on Tuesday. And he says, you know what, he was on Tinder, he's a gentleman, and he was just looking for girls.
But it's the way of it, isn't it? In that, I mean, look at the Tiger King, Joe Exotic. I mean, you know, what a strange character, and yet we all love him.
It is one of the... It's really twisted how these characters... We know they've done wrong, but eventually you want to follow them on social media. You want to hear what they've got to say.
I never knew what to say on dating apps. I was the bumbler.
Yeah, but you've got a lady now, haven't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So meet on the dating app.
Oh yeah, all the time. Yeah, that's the only place to meet these days.
Yeah, it is.
You know, that's the issue.
But he was saying, you were saying yesterday that you don't go on an online dating app
for a date,
for a serious date.
No, well, I think there's too much expectation. People go on there expecting to find their wife and their partner for life within 3 weeks, and they think, well, no, I didn't think much of those last bunch of profiles that I saw, and therefore they lose hope. And now The issue I have with it, it's almost like going onto the Argos app and looking for a pressure washer. You know, you're just flicking left, and you're going, yeah, there's quite a few options, but also when you stop and think, I've just swiped left on 20 different profiles. There's 20 human beings.
Yes.
They've all got stories. Yeah. You're dismissing the cult of personality. What are you laughing at?
What's going on?
So many options. She's spoilt for choice.
There are so many options on like Tinder, Hinge, Bumble. That's why it's hard for this generation to commit to one person. I think online dating apps have spoiled relationships.
Oh, I thought you were talking about pressure washers.
But that's the thing, isn't it? A friend of mine thought she'd found a really nice boyfriend, and then discovered that he was still on the dating apps, looking elsewhere. You know.
Yeah, it's no good, is it?
No.
No good.
When he said he was working and he had to go up to north and stay in a hotel, I was like, he wasn't. He was
you can be anybody. You can be anybody behind those profiles. You can be absolutely anybody.
Just
honestly.
catching up with old friends.
Yeah.
So, do you guys think there could be redemption for Tinder swindler?
No.
Yes.
No, I don't.
You do?
Yeah.
No, but you haven't watched it yet.
No, I know.
You haven't got to absolutely hate him.
The more controversial the character, the more some people will love him.
Yeah.
So just go back to Joe Exotic.
Yeah.
The man's crackers. Absolutely crackers. He's done some of the weirdest things I've ever seen, and yet I still want a Joe Exotic mug for my birthday. I mean, it's just...
What does he look like?
Next week.
Week Tuesday.
Yeah.
What does he look like? Is he the sort of bloke who does well on a dating app?
Who?
Joe Exotic.
Joe Exotic?
Yeah.
No,
Joe Exotic is the tiger. Sorry.
Tinder swindler.
Tinder swindler, yeah.
Very good looking.
The barge pole. I don't know where these women got it twisted.
You wouldn't. No, I can see that he's very, very attractive and rich. That's the point. He flies them everywhere in private planes. He foists them with beautiful gifts, and it's all being paid by the previous girlfriend.
Money can't buy your love, ladies and gentlemen.
There you go.
Well, sounds like a great operation.
Actually, we're going to have relationship advice coming up, aren't we, in the programme a bit later on. So if you need a bit of advice, stick around. We'll put you right. In the next hour, anyway, we're going to be joined by Michael Fabricant MP to discuss more about the cost of living. So do send your comments in, gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Well, it's going to be very windy once again for most, with a band of heavy rain moving southeastwards. So let's have a look at the details. In the southwest of England will be mostly cloudy with patchy outbreaks of rain or drizzle at times. Windy with gales developing into the afternoon, feeling rather mild. It's also going to be cloudy in the southeast with outbreaks of rain affecting all areas. It's going to be windy here with the winds steadily increasing. On to Wales, further outbreaks of rain across South Wales. These will be heavy at times, especially in the west, windy with some gales developing. The Midlands will also be cloudy with patchy outbreaks of rain at times, although this will become heavier and more persistent later. It's going to be windy and gusty for all with possible gales. Persistent rain will be falling across the northeast with limited drier spells. The rain will be heavy at times and it's going to be windy with gales over coast and high ground. It's going to be a little bit drier and a little bit brighter in Scotland with some sunny spells possible. There will be blustery showers with a bit of a wintry touch to them over higher ground, and it is going to feel quite chilly. Heavy rain will just be clearing eastern parts of Northern Ireland with sunny spells and scattered blustery, perhaps wintry showers following. It's also going to be windy with coastal gales. Now, the rain will steadily clear southeast with showers following, wintry in the north and remaining windy for many.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate.
From all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows. Every day, we ask the questions that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
Basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Morning to you, it's 8 o'clock. It is Sunday, the 20th of February. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
And we're live across the whole of the UK on both your TV and your radio. Wherever you are, you can take us with you via the GB News app or on YouTube. And if you're watching us on YouTube, remember to like and subscribe. Coming up this morning on Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
Questions for the Prime Minister, and this time not from the Metropolitan Police. From rising food and energy prices here at home to growing international pressure with Ukraine and Russia, is Boris Johnson still up to the challenge?
Well, the Prime Minister also warned the world that Russia is planning the biggest war in Europe since 1945. That's what he said. We'll be asking a former ambassador to Russia about the crisis and if war really is on the horizon.
And after Team GB won their first gold of the Winter Olympics, the only gold of the Winter Olympics, we look back on the games that caught our eye for perhaps the wrong reasons. Aidan McGee is here alongside Stephanie Tetchy, who's got all the showbiz news.
Yes, they sort of sport and showbiz intertwine, I think.
Love it, though.
Yeah.
I love it. So
well, they're two worlds that do intertwine a lot.
Yeah. They do. And plus, you've got to love them. Yeah. You've got to love them. They're a nice pair.
Don't tell them we said that.
No.
Yeah, so you can join in any of our discussions, of course, by emailing gbviews@gbnews.uk or tweet @gbnews. My goodness, honestly, when we ask about how the cost of living crisis could be affecting you, we're hearing some really upsetting stories because I think everybody is so worried about the way we know those bills are going to rise, double in some cases. Ian said, January 2021, my energy bill, gas and electric, was £154. January 2022, my bill is £217.21. And that's before the new cap is applied. This cannot go on.
Yeah, and he says he's using less gas and electric than he was last year. Martin says, power companies will not cut you off if you get into debt. They put you on a key meter, which they do. Yeah, they put you on a key meter, so they don't cut you off. But then if you haven't got enough money to put it on the key, your power stops.
You can't put it on.
So it does cut you off in effect.
Yeah. But there are lots of interesting views as well about why young people are feeling the pinch. Pat says you can't have all the luxuries just like that. Mortgages, Netflix, mobile phones, cars, credit cards where you just tap and forget until the demand for payment comes crashing in. The chickens eventually come home to roost. And massive debt, as very few people have saved anything, as though the future hasn't mattered. Yeah. Actually, you don't come across many people being able to save at all at the moment, though. Is that fair? I don't know.
No, that's very true. But I do think there is... I think, Pat, you're right in one respect, that there is more of an expectation to have things, I think, amongst young people.
Or to have them now and pay later, whereas in the olden days you used to save up for something, didn't you?
Yeah.
Because Paul says younger people need to work harder, show some backbone. I've worked hard for 70+ hours a week. I've saved, so now I have no money worries.
Yeah, well,
Good on you.
Point. Veronica says, in terms of housing and how to pay for your housing, maybe follow some countries who offer 100-year mortgages. If not paid in your lifetime, it can be passed to the next of kin. I've not heard of that. But then, would you want to then inherit your parents' mortgage? I suppose it works if you get the house and you just,
that's right.
just get the house and keep paying. And Maybe it's an idea. I don't know. I'd never heard of it.
No, I've never heard of that, but gosh, seems. I mean, do you get any say in the matter as to whether you inherit it or not?
Yeah.
Because you wouldn't always want to.
No.
We were talking about how you access your GP as well. I mean, there are headlines saying that a lot of people are really fed up with only being able to see your GP through a laptop now. Rob says, I was collecting a prescription from the surgery. I said to reception, can I make an appointment to see the doctor? No, they said, go home and ring us tomorrow. Then an appointment will be made for the doctor to ring you. And Rob says, I've damaged my shoulder. I don't want a friendly chat. I want to be seen.
Yeah. I mean, stuff like that's where it gets very frustrating, admittedly, when there's some things that just, you know they've got to see you, so you need to get on with it. I was asking earlier on about dogs and cats. I think cats are much more intelligent than dogs. Mick said, morning Mick, humans have dogs as pets. Cats have humans as pets.
That's very
so true.
Yeah. A few. Oh, I love this. Brian says a few cats from around my area come onto my property and mix with my own cats. On the whole, they get on quite well, which is nice. Eventually, they all congregate at the bottom of the garden at a refuge I built, which I understand in cat circles is known as a tabernacle.
Oh, that's very, very sweet.
Love that.
Jackie says, cats may be intelligent, but they'd be useless as guide dogs or rescue dogs. My Yorkie would also be useless. That's very, very true.
That's why there are certain breeds of dog that tend to do those jobs.
Chi-Chi has been in touch. Chi-Chi the cat, that is, along with, with her human, Kirsty, who says, totally agree with you. Cats are by far more intelligent than dogs. In fact, more intelligent than humans at times. And Richard says, I can't believe you think cats are more intelligent than dogs. When I tell my dog Maggie, she will be livid. Luckily, she's doing the ironing at the moment, so she's missed the silly remark.
What, the dog's doing the ironing?
It's a very clever dog.
Oh, I want one of those. Bridget, we were talking about this earlier because of the wind at the moment, the terrible weather, things flying around all over the place, and cats have got the sense to stay indoors and just not have anything to do with it. Whereas my dog goes out and barks at the wind because she just can't understand what's wreaking such havoc everywhere. So she goes out and she's just a little fluffy thing, but her ears are sort of flaying back in the wind, and she's barking like mad at the wind and obviously not really getting her point over. Bridget says, my cat Luna, nice name for a cat,
it's nice, yeah,
puts her head out of the cat flap every morning at the moment and just goes and curls up in the armchair. Definitely not prepared to venture out in the wind.
Yeah. Well,
see, maybe they are more sensible.
I don't know.
At least. Maybe not more intelligent than dogs, but more sensible.
Whether you've got a dog or a cat, you've got to love them. You've got to love. I will be getting a dog. I've never had a dog, but I have got to get it after Timmy's day.
What, are you writing Timmy off already?
No. Well, he's 14, so it's after his day. So I have agreed that we can have a dog so long as we also get a cat, another cat that's but it's going to be after Timmy's day.
OK. What sort of dog would you go for?
It's...
Oh, you've already thought it through?
Oh, yeah. It's all
big
planned.
or small?
Big. It's a Rhodesian Ridgeback.
Oh,
they're huge.
You'd have to take it on walks all the time.
Yeah. Well, that's good for me,
though. We'd need a heck of a lot
of exercise. That's good for me. So, yes, I've been told a Rhodesian Ridgeback is what we're getting. Dog. And I have agreed to it. They're beautiful dogs. Absolutely.
I've gone for a little one that size. Her legs are about that long. I'm 6 inches long, her legs. Once round the cricket ground and she's exhausted.
Oh, really?
That's the sort of dog for me.
Yeah, this is it's gonna be hard work, but they're very loyal, very faithful dogs, Rhodesian Ridgebacks.
Oh.
Apparently.
Wow, good luck with that.
So,
but not yet, as you say.
I say I'm not really a dog person, but I will love it.
Of course you will.
We've got a name, Rex.
Hang on, this is a bit premature, isn't it?
No.
I mean, Timmy's not even...
No, Timmy's not there for a few years yet.
And you've decided on the breed and the name.
Rex.
And how much exercise you're going to give it.
Yeah,
and how
yeah.
OK.
So we've already talked to a Rhodesian Ridgeback rescue charity.
There is one?
Oh, yeah, there's a few, actually. So you can go and... Because I always want rescue pets, so that's been my stipulation. So we've already said we've got a place that we can go and visit and get to know what the dogs
I'll bet
like.
there's a rescue place, but because a lot of people get them and then find they are too big
hard.
and too demanding.
Yeah.
So good luck with that.
Yeah, well, I've got to put the time. So there you go. That's our plan.
No, it's good to have a plan. I just don't tell Timmy.
No, Timmy doesn't.
He'd be a bit upset to hear that.
Very nearly 9 minutes past 8, let's bring you up to date with the top stories today. And the Prime Minister says a Russian invasion of Ukraine would be the biggest war in Europe since World War II. His comments came as Ukraine's military reported the death of 2 soldiers as violence escalated in the east between government forces and rebels.
The legal requirement to isolate when you test positive for COVID is coming to an end this week. Downing Street says the Prime Minister is going to lift the restriction as part of his Living with COVID plan.
Scotland's Constitution Secretary is warning that the proposed Brexit Freedoms Bill has been drafted without adequate consultation with the rest of the UK. Angus Robertson has written a letter to the Brexit Opportunities Minister Jacob Rees-Mogg calling for closer relations with the European Union. Seems to defy the point.
And a passenger who was missing after a fire swept through a ferry sailing from Greece to Italy has been found, thankfully, alive. 11 people, though, are still unaccounted for on the Italian-flagged Euroferry Olympic, which is now being towed closer to shore as firefighters continue to battle the blaze.
Now, unfortunately, more wet and windy weather about today after Storm Eunice caused what
Woo!
providers
Look
believe...
at that shed flying in the wind.
If you're on the radio this morning, you have to...
It's a shed flying in the wind.
That's a fair point, Anne. It's a fair point, but it's not what we normally see.
No.
Anyway, energy providers think it was the biggest national power outage on record. Yellow weather warnings have been issued by the Met Office, which could cause more power cuts today, more transport delays, and indeed more property damage as well.
And they've done it. Such good news. Great Britain's women's curling team struck gold overnight, delivering the first Olympic curling gold medal in 20 years. Team GB dominated the final against Japan to win 10-3 on the last day of the Winter Olympics in Beijing.
And he didn't do it. Amir Khan is considering retirement after losing to Kell Brook in their long-awaited grudge match last night in Manchester. His first fight in 2.5 years stopped by the referee in round 6. And it could then potentially bring an end to his 17-year career. All smiles at the end of it, though.
And a helicopter, which was carrying 3 passengers, has crashed dangerously close to a crowded beach in Miami. No one on the beach was injured, but 2 of those on board the helicopter were transported to a local hospital in stable conditions. It is the most, if you're listening on the radio at the moment, at some point in the day, you've got to go on the GB News app, where I've no doubt we'll be replaying that, but it is an incredible thing to see. Helicopter crashing into the sea and so close to swimmers.
It's awful to see. It's a miracle everyone's alive,
really
actually,
is.
after all of that. Because if you hit water, they talk about when you get on a plane and you do all the what to do if you land in water. If you hit water at any sort of speed at all in a plane, it's like going into concrete.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm very surprised that people weren't... Well, they might have been badly injured, but certainly nobody died, which is amazing.
And in a stable condition. I mean, just a nightmare. Absolutely.
I wonder why it came down and whether the trouble with helicopters is you don't get much choice about where to steer them once they're in trouble.
Really?
Yeah, apparently it's something to do with the rotors and whatever. And so he managed to go down in the sea. If he'd gone down on land, they would have died, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
I wonder what caused it.
Tanks would have blown up or something, wouldn't they? Oh, dear, it's a nightmare. It does put you off. I've been in a helicopter once, and that was for work a few years ago, and it was a wonderful experience.
That is wonderful.
But it is a bit scary, isn't it, when you sort of...
It is when you think about... Well, you don't have to think about crashes when you actually go up in an aeroplane either, do you?
No, that's true.
I mean, some people still, they fly many times, still get very nervous. You can see them on takeoff, they're sort of gripping the seats.
I always try. I've managed it a few times. I've been... Well, if I go to somewhere like Alicante, so it's only a couple of hours, I've fallen asleep before takeoff and I land when they land.
That's the way to do it,
It's
if you
nice,
can.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Though I did once fly back from a holiday in Mexico, and I bought, because over there you can just buy sleeping pills and things. Over, so I thought, I'll take a sleeping pill. It was a very long flight. And my head must have gone on the seat and there was turbulence, apparently. And when I woke up at Heathrow, or wherever it was, I'd got a big scab on my forehead where I've taken all the skin off on the seat in front.
Because you'd been rattling against that seat in front?
Yeah, absolutely.
It must have been lovely for the person sitting in front of you as well.
Out cold, and woke up looking like I'd been in a fight.
That's the way to do it. That's what I quite like about wearing a mask on an aeroplane at the moment, because then you can you can dribble and nobody knows, which is really quite good.
I was saying, are you one of these people who buys food and things?
Yeah,
on a flight?
yeah, because that's all part of the experience, isn't it? Oh, I'll have one of those.
You see, I don't, because I'm tight, so I don't like spending the money. But I just think it's really funny. My dad has to have like a pot noodle, like a cup of soup, something that they do, and one of those toasted sandwiches.
Oh yes, the lot.
It's
part of the experience, isn't it?
Yeah, but it costs about 20 quid.
Oh, I know, it's outrageous. It's outrageous. But I think it sort of all adds to the loveliness of you're going on holiday or you're going on a break or something.
Maybe I should just be a bit less miserable.
I always have a look through the stuff they sell, which is always ridiculously expensive as well, and you never really want it, but that's fun as well.
Yeah.
It's the delights of going away.
Yeah. Well, I look at it fondly now because I haven't been away much of the last few years. Maybe I'll do that when I go away next time. I'll treat myself to a cup of soup.
Yeah.
Now, in other news for you this morning, something called a bleed safety cabinet has been installed in Manchester for the first time.
It's after 16-year-old Romero West was fatally stabbed in Old Trafford in September last year. Our North West of England reporter Bradley Harris has been to meet Romero's mother and cousin, and they've been campaigning for more of these bleed safety cabinets right across the UK.
It's the first of its kind in Manchester and an important step towards tackling knife crime in the city. A bleed safety cabinet is designed to help those who have been stabbed before paramedics arrive. It's installed at the Place Library in Fallowfield in memory of Romero West, who was fatally stabbed in Trafford late last year. Romero's mother, Kelly Brown, wants to take action against knife crime.
Knife crime is a big problem right now in Manchester, Greater Manchester. My son was murdered in September 2021. It took the ambulance service 30 minutes to get to the women who was supporting Mero before the ambulance came. We're trying to do what we can in Manchester, and other communities are pulling together to see what they can do. I'm turning my pain into a fight, and the fight is to get more of these around Manchester, because, like I said, no parent should have to bury their child.
This is what's inside a bleed control kit. I've got Deanne who's going to show me how this works. So you don't have to be a professional, you don't need training for this. Just explain what's inside and how it works.
So once you've gained access to the cabinet, you'll have access to this little pack here. This has everything in it that will hopefully save the life. In here you'll find pieces of equipment, all of which are colour-coded. So on here we've got clear instructions. Again, it's colour-coded depending on where the body has been struck. For example, we've got the red areas that's telling you that we need to ensure that the wound is packed rather than covered, and hopefully by the time the response team arrive on site we would have done enough, hopefully, to help save that life.
The bleed kit is one of many, they hope, to be installed across the country. Personalised with Romero's face and a slogan to remind people of the cause.
Put down the knife, save our life, save the kid's life.
Bradley Harris, GB News, Manchester.
That's a brilliant idea.
Well, it is, isn't it? And it just seems sensible. I don't know what they cost to do it, and they have those combination locks on, don't they? So you have to ring.
You have to ring a number, and then you're given you're given a number to dial in and to open it up. But obviously, the faster you can get to somebody who's been stabbed, the more likely you are to be able to save their life, and it could make a huge difference to so many people. Brilliant.
Let's run you through some of the strangest stories of the week, and these are some of the best. A New Zealand-based farmer asking for help to name the grandson of the late alpaca Geronimo, who was put down last August over those claims that he had bovine TB.
Now, his daughter, Lasherie, gave birth to a boy 2 weeks ago, and the farm is requesting names that begin with the letter P and must have a UK link, as Geronimo spent his last 6 months here in the UK. Some suggestions include Prince G and Paddington. I'm sure you can come up with better ones than that, though.
Yeah.
It's got to begin with a P and have a UK link.
Parker.
Oh, Parker!
Yes.
The chauffeur, Lady Penelope's chauffeur. That's a Parker.
Parker.
I like that.
Yeah. Oh, and also something like Poirot.
Yeah, it's not very UK-ish.
Well, it
though,
is. It's written by Agatha Christie.
Oh, that's true. Yes,
So there you go.
okay.
It's a UK link.
Yeah.
So there you go.
I'm sure you can come up with better.
It's hilarious. The most famous Belgian in the world never existed.
Oh dear, that's sad, isn't it?
It's true. Though.
Yeah.
It's true. Now, the building where Adolf Hitler was born is being turned into a police station to fend off tourists and neo-Nazi pilgrims.
Yeah. Apparently, they're going to spend €6.5 million refurbishing Braunau am Inn in Austria. Building work starts this autumn after a thorough archaeological examination has been carried out. Police are set to move in next year once the refurbishment is complete. It seems quite a sensible thing to do with a house that, other than knock it down, with a house that's sort of got sinister connotations.
It would be a shame to knock it down because it looks like a nice bit of architecture and things. But I don't know if you've been to Berlin, but the bunker where Hitler ended his days, which you think would be this sort of huge historic site.
It's a children's playground, isn't it?
It's just a car park.
I thought it was a children's playground.
No, it's a car park, and it's a very small car park, just concreted over and whatever. It can put about 6 cars on it.
But if they did anything other than that, it could become a place of pilgrimage for the wrong sort of people. So in a way, it has to just sort of be negated, doesn't it?
Well, in a way, but there's loads of sort of SS buildings and things that you can go through and tour and visit and have the audio books on and all that sort of thing, which are really interesting. But they're interesting because they're chilling.
Yes.
To understand the sort of evil and horror that there was at that time. So I think it's educational. I don't know. I don't know what to think of it, really.
It's interesting. Isn't the place in Gloucestershire, Rose West's house?
Oh, Cromwell Street.
Yeah, they demolished that, I think, and put a children's playground there.
Yes, yeah.
So I think that's a good thing to do in a way, is to solve the awfulness of the problem of a place like that by making children laugh in that area. I don't know. It's like sort of putting 2 fingers up to history and saying, we will not let their memory dominate this patch of earth.
That's a horrifying story. Looking back at that, horrifying.
Unbelievable,
Was it 25 Cromwell Street?
Well, they think, yes, I think so.
It's unbelievable. Some of that stuff. You do wonder what is wrong with some people. There is some evil in the world.
I think there probably is evil, yeah. That in itself is a huge debate, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is there any such thing as evil, or is it just environmental, people born in the wrong circumstances at the wrong time?
I think it's fairly rare, but every now and then there's just evil. Just evil.
Gosh, this is a very deep conversation to be having at 8:21 on a Sunday morning.
It is. Well, there you go. Let us know what you think. It's an interesting debate. Sort of thing. I think too much sometimes. I switch my brain off.
Yeah, could you not?
Yes. Anyway, we're actually sticking serious stuff coming up because Russian-backed breakaway territories have ordered a mobilisation of troops. This comes after the death of 2 Ukrainian soldiers by shelling.
Yeah, the former British ambassador to Russia, Sir Tony Brenton, will be joining us next.
Well, it's going to be very windy once again for most, with a band of heavy rain moving southeastwards. So let's have a look at the details. In the southwest of England will be mostly cloudy with patchy outbreaks of rain or drizzle at times. Windy with gales developing into the afternoon, feeling rather mild. It's also going to be cloudy in the southeast with outbreaks of rain affecting all areas. It's going to be windy here with the winds steadily increasing. On to Wales, further outbreaks of rain across South Wales. These will be heavy at times, especially in the west, windy with some gales developing. The Midlands will also be cloudy with patchy outbreaks of rain at times, although this will become heavier and more persistent later. It's going to be windy and gusty for all with possible gales. Persistent rain will be falling across the northeast with limited drier spells. The rain will be heavy at times and it's going to be windy with gales over coast and high ground. It's going to be a little bit drier and a little bit brighter in Scotland with some sunny spells possible. There will be blustery showers with a bit of a wintry touch to them over higher ground, and it is going to feel quite chilly. Heavy rain will just be clearing eastern parts of Northern Ireland with sunny spells and scattered blustery, perhaps wintry showers following. It's also going to be windy with coastal gales. Now, the rain will steadily clear southeast with showers following, wintry in the north and remaining windy for many.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate.
From all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel
right here on YouTube. You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
Basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
welcome back. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne. It's 8:25. We're live across the UK on your TV and your radio, of course.
Now, Boris Johnson has warned that Russia is planning the biggest war in Europe since 1945. Those comments come after Russian-backed breakaway territories ordered a mobilisation of troops amid a deadly escalation in fighting.
International monitors have reported a dramatic increase in attacks, which has led to the death of 2 Ukrainian soldiers by shelling.
Let's talk to Sir Tony Brenton, former British ambassador to Russia. Good morning to you, Sir Tony. Look, what's your reading of the latest situation?
Well, yeah, obviously activity is going up, but at the risk of making a complete fool of myself and disagreeing with the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of Great Britain, I'm still not entirely convinced that we're on an unavoidable road to war. I knew Putin when I was working as ambassador. He's a very, very cautious man. He knows that a war is a very dangerous and unpredictable action, which could, if it fails, bring down his regime. I think that what's going on is a continuation of what's been going on for the last few months, is rising pressure by Russia on the West to try to get a more substantial response to the various demands they put on the table than they've received so far. So we'll see. But it's quite striking that the diplomacy continues. Putin is talking to Macron today. The US Secretary of State is talking to the Russian Foreign Minister on Thursday. There's talk that meeting will lead to a summit between Biden and Putin. So I don't think the diplomatic route is yet completely exhausted.
Why is the rhetoric so colourful at the moment? I mean, Boris Johnson said last night an invasion of Ukraine by Russia will echo around the world and present the West with a generation of bloodshed. Is that true, and is it useful?
Well, Boris, of course, has a taste and a talent for colourful rhetoric. But part of what's going on is that the West, Boris and others, are trying to sustain a sense of purpose and unity among all of our allies. And that's sort of the statement that there's a war is imminent is a way of trying to sort of gather the people in so that we're all ready unitedly to respond if indeed the Russians go ahead with the war that everybody is now predicting.
But one of our guests on the papers this morning said, well, it's like poking a bear with a stick.
Well, there is undoubtedly a cost, because in Russia itself, the high-octane Western rhetoric is being used as saying, this is provocation. The West wants a war. We don't, but they do. And that, of course, is building up Russian popular opinion in support of Putin and his regime standing firm against the West.
But don't you think it's almost predicting a war? It will sound to anyone as though it's us that want a war, not Putin. It's sort of paying into his narrative, isn't it?
That's absolutely right. It feels, I mean, you can see the disadvantages, but we're sort of launched on this rhetorical route now, and it's very difficult to pull back. Nevertheless, if you look behind it, I mean, if you look at, for example, Biden's statement that Putin has now decided to go to war, Biden doesn't know. He's got lots and lots of excellent intelligence around him, but he doesn't know what's going on inside Putin's head. Putin famously is a man who only makes a decision at the last moment. And I'm pretty sure that so far he has not made a decision as to whether to go to war. And as I say, an awful lot of his instincts will be against it.
What do you think Putin wants that the West can actually deliver?
Well, he said he wants assurance, for example, that Ukraine will never join NATO, and the West can't deliver that. But what the West can deliver, and both Scholz and Biden have already said this, is some sort of assurance that Ukraine is not going to join NATO for a long time. And Ukraine isn't going to join NATO for a long time. It's not in a state to do so. So I can imagine some sort of outcome where the West makes a statement that only a 20-year moratorium or something on the expansion of NATO, and in particular on the inclusion of Ukraine joining NATO. For the moment, I don't think the West is ready to do that. But I think an outcome like that might be, I mean, Putin's problem is that having caused all this fuss, is that he has to go back to his own securocrats in the Kremlin and say, I've got something out of this. If he can get something like that, then that solves his problem and gives him what we diplomats call an off-ramp, a way of beginning to de-escalate.
He certainly has gained a lot of attention through this from other Western leaders. They've all been to see him, to sit at his very long table. If President Biden actually travels to Moscow to see him, as you predict, will that have any effect at all? Maybe that's what he wants.
Hang on. I'm not predicting that Biden will go to Moscow. What I am saying is that the talk about the planned meeting between Blinken and Lavrov next week is that is in preparation for a summit between Biden and Putin sometime after that, not necessarily in Moscow. In fact, almost certainly not in Moscow. They like small, comfortable European cities like Geneva and Vienna.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, that would be viewed as some sort of capitulation, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. There's no way that Biden's going to go to Moscow. I mean, just think of the impact on his popular standing at home. I mean, on Putin, a lot of people are writing saying he's enjoying all the attention and so on. He's not actually he's not actually a very sociable guy. I don't suppose he is enjoying the attention very much. His view is that he hasn't been able to get the West to listen to him, more or less since he came into power. You know, he's made lots of demands, made lots of requests about Ukraine not joining NATO and all the rest, which the West has ignored. And since he has started this fuss in Ukraine, the West is listening and indeed to some extent has responded. The West has now agreed to talk about security arrangements and troop and weapon dispositions in NATO in a way that it flatly refused to do up until these pressures began.
I mean, that's rather a depressing picture in a sense, isn't it? Because it almost shows that the sort of bully boy tactics can work.
Yeah, no, it is a depressing picture, but it's depressing both ways. In my view, and in the view of other qualified people, the West should have listened to Russia a lot earlier. We could have avoided all this if we'd been more attentive to Russia's security concerns. Way back in 1985, Margaret Thatcher arranged to send a message to Gorbachev, who was then in charge of what was then still the Soviet Union, which said, we know that you, like us, have a right to feel secure. Now, if we had actually lived by those words, I suspect we wouldn't be in the situation we are now.
Okay, no, that's a really interesting point, actually. So, Tony Brenton, former ambassador to Russia, thank you for talking to us this morning.
Yeah.
I just think it's so important to get that expertise and to get a perspective away from the rhetoric of the politicians.
Yes, the rhetoric seems to be so fiery and a bit silly in a way. And actually just hearing that maybe if we showed some sort of respect for their worries, for their concerns, and if we'd done that a while ago, maybe it would never have come to this.
Yeah.
And is there a way of dialing back now? There has to be, doesn't there?
Well, you've got to hope so. You've got to hope so. Because all this, we talk about it, but they still say we are not putting boots on the ground. We're not going to engage in a war with Russia. So...
And yet the rhetoric is, we're going to have the worst world war since the last one.
Yeah.
The omens are grim. We must stand strong, said Boris yesterday.
Let us know what you think. gbviews@gbnews.uk, or you can send us a tweet at GBNews.
Do stay with us because we've got plenty more to come, including a full look at today's front pages with broadcaster Pete Price and journalist Ella Whelan.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate.
From all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows. Every day, we ask the questions that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
It's basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon.
And Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne at 8:36 this morning.
We're live across the UK on your TV and on your radio, so do join in and give us your views as well. gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Time for the papers this morning to take you through all the detail. Broadcaster Price and journalist Ella Whelan, morning to you both. Pete, let's kick off with Daily Star Sunday, should we? Nice to see you.
Aye.
You're nice.
Storm Eunice. It was nice to mention the aftermath of all the problems we've had. It's been horrendous.
It's been awful.
But, you know, the other side of it, I mean, that house that was trashed by the 400-year-old oak, it's tragic as well that we're seeing so many beautiful trees. I live on the Wirral, and it's fabulous. And Burton Woods, there were trees down everywhere. And, you know, the life of that tree, and they've lived alongside each other, growing together. And I think it's sad. Sadly, 3 people have died, which is tragic. I also live by the coast. It's been amazing, but it's also worrying. But it's Mother Nature. You know, and we can't fight Mother Nature.
Gosh, no, there's nothing we can do.
On the lighter note, is with it being called Hurricane Eunice, my lovely friend Eunice, who won Gladiators years ago, who's one of the world's top stunt coordinators now, has been brought back to life. Because everybody's been having a go at Eunice.
Eunice, isn't it?
Where did they get the names from?
I don't know.
Eunice?
Eunice.
Well, it just had to be something beginning with E, and we're running out of other names, I suppose.
Yeah.
But it is incredible what's happening. And then they'll say it's climate change and everything. I don't believe it is. I believe it is Mother Nature changing like we had the ice age, and whatever we do will not stop it.
Yeah, well, I tend to agree with that, because it's not like we're getting these sort of storms.
There are some amazing pictures around, though, of things that have been blown around. We showed a picture earlier of a garden. Well, actually, it looked like a very seriously big shed.
Like a metal shed.
Yeah, flying through the air. And there's a picture in one of the papers today of a trampoline flying through the air. I mean, not funny if it hits you.
And the roof off the stations, two railway stations' roofs have gone.
Yeah.
It is scary. It is scary. And apparently, one of the people in here nearly got hit by a roof slate.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I always feel bad when storms like this happen because my husband's a tree surgeon, so he loves
No.
it. Yeah, so it's
He's
like
not.
it's one of the best days for them.
Yeah,
'cause
he'll
they
be
get
busy.
to go and do all this amazing
wow.
stuff and get up, blown down trees and make a load of money.
You know, remember
A lot of money. A lot of money.
In the 1987 hurricane, where it hit Kew Gardens, and all of those amazing historic trees, so many of them were just uprooted. They made an exhibition of the tree stumps, the tree roots.
Yeah.
They did winch quite a few of those up there.
They did get some back, didn't they? But the ones that
the
ones
London
that
plane
didn't,
and something in Kew Gardens is very different. It's just your run of the mill.
the ones that didn't, they were these huge tree stumps with the massive root sort of formations, and they dried them out, cleaned them off, and they've sent them on exhibitions around the country, and they look astonishing. A tree, it's all beautiful, as you'd have branches at the top end, and it's like you've got a mirror image of branches at the bottom end.
I just love the fact that you threw London Plane in there.
It's the only one I know.
Is that the trees are?
That's the one, yeah. That's the easiest one. He'll be scowling at
Tell
home
me, do
thinking,
you
"No more."
do you go out with him when he's mad busy?
I have on occasion.
Oh.
Yeah, I have. But I'm just the groundy, which means I'm the one
you're
that
not
pushes
up the
the brim
tree.
around.
He's winched up inside the tree and does a marvellous
Wow.
job, but he will be busy, no doubt about it.
He will be busy. Ella, to Ukraine and Liz Truss, Mail on Sunday.
Yes, I mean, there's Ukraine is all over the papers, and you've been talking about it on the show throughout. But I just thought I'd pick out this because it's an interview with Glenn Owen, the political editor of the Mail on Sunday, talking to Liz Truss, and. There obviously is a serious situation going on, and actually one of your previous guests talked about the fact that there is a lot of rhetoric happening, and that there's the kind of an agreement that war is imminent among some politicians. Liz Truss is one of them. There's giving really strong words here, talking about the fact that Putin is not going to stop at Ukraine, that he's going to move across the Baltics. She's basically making out like he almost has desires for world domination, which is really over the top. Liz Truss it's interesting, it's mentioned here that she had to tolerate treatment which can border on the patronising, Glenn Owen describes it, referring to her visit to Moscow, which I think other people will have not interpreted that as patronising, but interpreted it as Liz Truss making really a fool of herself and the country, where there was that infamous incident where she mistook the regions of Rostov and Brezhnev for being not within Russian territory, and revealing that she needed a geography lesson, basically, in relation to Russia. So she's using, I think, Russia as a platform for a kind of little bit of cosplaying as Thatcher, a little bit of kind of manoeuvring for her own domestic situation in relation to the future Prime Minister.
I've been distinctly unimpressed by her performance, I've got to be honest.
And I would agree. And just you have to remember that at the backdrop of all of this, of warmongering from Liz Truss or Boris Johnson talking about generations of bloodshed, there seems to be a disconnect with the reality that if war does happen, there will be bloodshed. Ukrainian lives will be lost, Russian lives will be lost. This is not something that I think the West can just use as a kind of platform to play around with. There are two, no one wants to defend Putin, but there are two sides to this story, and there, I think, as your previous guest mentioned, there is space to row back here and try and find a different situation than just going across the papers and giving interviews sounding like you want to march the troops right in.
Yeah, fair point.
Meanwhile, we were talking earlier about how difficult it is for some people to see their GP. What about the dentist?
Yep, 1,000 dentists have quit in a year, and they are 40 million dental appointments behind since March 2020. I was in the dentist chair on Thursday of last week, and my dentist, a fabulous dentist, I was talking to him about it. Dentistry has a mega problem right now, and the amount of children, the amount of people that do not go to a dentist ever, I think it's something like 60 or 70% of the population.
Really?
Oh, it's huge. And of course the sweets they're giving kids. It's crazy, the situation with their teeth. You have to, in my humble opinion, you have to look after your teeth. And
you only get one set.
Well, yes.
Teeth and
these are all my own, yes.
Are they?
Yes, and always a great tip. You always get in the dentist chair, you lie back, you put your hand between his legs and you say, we're not going to hurt one another, are we? Always remember that, it helps.
Right.
Well, I wish I'd known that when I was little, because I had a horrible dentist when I was little. And that put me off dentistry forever. That's why I just will not go.
Oh, really?
Unless I'm in absolute agony, I do not go to a dentist.
Really?
Which is, I know, appalling.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of it is because because a lot of dentists were horrible.
No, they were, because when I was a kid, I mean, I had them kneeling on me, pulling a tooth out, and then sent me home on the bus pouring with blood.
Yeah.
So I was terrified of the dentist years ago.
Yeah. No, I have to say, I do try and... I always brought up eyes and teeth.
Yeah.
Things you just can't really replace. Or, you know, not easily with your teeth, anyway. Are you a
I have to say, I'm one of these people that I think I've got every tooth filled. I was a terrible sweet-eating child, so I've got probably less of my own teeth and more silicone or whatever it is.
Did that make you fear the dentist?
No, I just think I've always had the, if they give you grief, get them out, get dentures in. That's what my granddad always said. So
That's what that generation did say.
Yeah,
they were almost
fake
encouraged
ones
to have their teeth pulled.
Well, they
and
were.
have
My grandma got her denture. She was born in 1908, a long time, but she got her dentures for her 21st birthday.
Yeah. It was seen as the cool thing to do.
Happy birthday, let's have your teeth out.
He wanted to take one of my teeth out, and I said, I want to die with all my teeth in my head. And he said, but don't worry about it. I'll put it in your pocket.
Fair point. Ella, can we have a look at a swearing parrot, please?
Yeah, I love this story.
I don't know quite where to take this one. The Sunday Telegraph.
At Lincolnshire Wildlife Park, there were 5 African greys, who are very talkative birds, who were causing a lot of trouble. Their names were Billy, Tyson, Eric, Jade and Elsie, and they were swearing a lot at the shows. So they were packed off to a boot camp to try and train the F word out of them. It didn't work, and they've been backed by popular demand, and in fact, audiences love that they swear. One swears, sets the other one off laughing, and it makes for a great show. So the staff at Lincolnshire Wildlife have previously been freaked out that they'll get reported, but the birds are a huge hit. So foul-mouthed birds.
Yeah, well, and they do that, because talking about older relatives, my auntie, her husband worked on merchant ships, and he brought her back a parrot, thinking it would be a lovely present. But of course, on the way back, all of the sailors had taught this parrot the most filthy language you can imagine, and so my aunt was stuck with this foul-mouthed parrot. And when the vicar used to come round for tea, as vicars used to, she always had to put a blanket over the cage. And he said, "No, I'd love to see the parrot." She said, "No, you don't. You really don't want to see the parrot," because apparently if you put a blanket over the cage, they didn't talk.
Right.
Or at least that was her.
I worked once with a parrot on my shoulder in Panto, and it was horrendous.
What, a real one?
It hated me. Yes, it hated me. It had to go on every so often because it hated me and the things it said to me. But it whispered it. It was ridiculous. So we couldn't get it to talk. It whispered, "Talk louder, you stupid bird." I was up the wall with it.
Well, it's a trick we use here on GB News, ladies and gents. And now we're out of time for the papers with Ella William and Pete Price. Thank you both, by the way.
Thank you.
That we have to put a blanket over Pete's. But it works.
I love coming here. Great working with you. She's lovely at the end.
She's lovely.
Tree surgeon. I want to talk to you about me trees.
And she's a very clever girl. Okay, girl, that sounds patronising.
Oh, I'll take it.
Jeez, I've worked with you for many years, actually, and you know your onions.
Oh.
So,
and a lot more besides.
Yeah, and a lot more.
Onions as well as trees?
Yeah, there you go. Anyway, let's move on, should we?
Yeah, let's bring you up to date with the headlines. The Prime Minister says a Russian invasion of Ukraine would be the biggest war in Europe since World War II. Those comments came as Ukraine's military reported the death of 2 soldiers as violence escalated in the east between government forces and rebels.
The legal requirement to isolate when you test positive for COVID is coming to an end this week. Downing Street says the Prime Minister will lift the restriction as part of his Living with COVID plan.
Scotland's Constitution Secretary is warning that the proposed Brexit Freedoms Bill has been drafted without adequate consultation with the rest of the UK. Angus Robertson has written a letter to Brexit Opportunities Minister Jacob Rees-Mogg, calling for closer relations with the European Union.
Unfortunately, we're going to get more wet and windy weather today after Storm Eunice caused what providers believe was the biggest national power outage on record. Yellow weather warnings have been issued by the Met Office for today, so there could be more power cuts, more transport delays and more property damage.
A helicopter carrying 3 passengers has crashed dangerously close to a crowded beach in Miami. No one on the beach was injured, but 2 of those on board the helicopter were taken to a local hospital in stable conditions.
So, time for the sport and the showbiz with Aidan McGee and Stephanie Tecci. Morning,
Morning,
both,
morning.
once again.
Yeah, morning.
Now, what I don't get, Stephanie,
Yeah.
is a lot of people. I understand people having nerves or
Yeah.
concerns about their career and all this, but not Helen Mirren, Dame Helen Mirren.
And she's had a career that spanned over 5 decades. And in today's newspaper, she's done an interview with You magazine this weekend, and she said that she still suffers from imposter syndrome. She said she still, despite all her accolades, an Oscar, BAFTA, she says that she still feels like she's in her 20s, 30s and 40s, and that she's still a struggling actress. And I was kind of reading the comments online, and people were like, oh, she's just fishing for comments and all that stuff. But I find from a lot of celebrities I do interview, they always talk about imposter syndrome.
Yeah.
It's like a running thing that goes in most creators.
Dame Esther Ranson does. She says, I live in constant fear I'm going to be found out.
Does that not keep you on the edge of your game? I mean, I've heard footballers say to me that you know, sometimes, I remember Rio Ferdinand saying to me years ago, he didn't really feel he belonged at Manchester United the first time he was there. It didn't stop him playing fantastic football, but that edge just gave him something in his game. Is it not the same in all areas of public life to some degree?
I do. I think it's when you get so much success and people are looking up to you like an idol and you're just in the limelight, I think sometimes it can get quite frightening for a lot of people because you know you've got this talent, that's why you're pushing forward for it. But I think behind closed doors, you do think, am I good enough to do this? And I think even presenters themselves must go through the same thing as well.
Yeah,
let's ask them, shall we?
Yeah,
well, I think you do. You think I'm so lucky. I look at television nowadays, and I mean, my first big television job was I was about 26.
Yeah.
And I just think I was so incredibly lucky, and I would not be able to compete. The 26-year-old me could not possibly compete with the 26-year-olds I see on telly now.
It was a different environment for you then as well, Anne, because I mean, you were catapulted to success. I remember it like almost overnight. There were only like four channels at the time, which everybody watched. I mean, how was that to cope with in terms of, you know, feeling comfortable in your skin and in that environment?
Well, you're so busy. I mean, that's it. I think. I'm sure Helen Mirren would say the same thing. You're just so busy doing what you do. You don't very often stop and think, "Wow, what's happening to me?" Until you sort of open the newspapers and you see yourself spread all over them.
You see, I quite like the imposter syndrome thing because it shows that they're not. Because the worst thing about people is when they say, "I'm blooming brilliant," and it's the ego,
as well.
Ego. That's when.
Do you think Muhammad Ali ever had it? I mean, he went around everywhere saying, "I'm the greatest. I'm the greatest." It worked, of course. It was wonderful.
That's a degree of insecurity as well.
Yes. I wonder if he really believed it, or whether he went home thinking, "Oh, I'm just so lucky."
And I think success looks different now for the celebrities today than it did, because I find when I've interviewed people like Dame Judi Dench, the proper movie stars, you can tell like they've had to work tooth and nail to get where they are, and their careers have just been blighted with so many things. But then when you meet the reality TV stars today, who are just stars from being on reality TV shows, they've got the biggest egos ever.
Yes,
but they don't have the longevity. They don't generally get the longevity, though, do they?
No.
So their level of fame is very disposable, in my experience, anyway.
Here today, gone tomorrow.
Talking about longevity, are we going to get any longevity with our curling result overnight?
Well, I don't know. I mean,
it was fantastic news that the women have got the gold. Brilliant. But we did it 20 years ago and then it all disappeared again.
It did, but I mean, I don't know. I think something... I mean, I can't recall a time when both the men's and the women's section have done so well, as in getting to the final in the curling. Well, why not? I mean, the facilities are improving. There's lottery funding. I mean, you know, I think there's £232 million earmarked for the next Summer Games. I think the Winter Olympics or the Winter Olympians can probably expect that in times to come as well. So, yeah, there's no reason... I mean, the other thing is that, I mean, Eve Muirhead is her 4th attempt at the Olympics getting gold, but Vicky Wright, Jen Dodds and Hayley Duff, I think they'll be around for a while longer. There's no reason they can't consolidate on that and get better, and it could be for the men as well.
I wonder if, like the Summer Olympians, they'll get their MBEs and knighthoods and damehoods and all the rest of it.
Yeah, I think timing.
I doubt
timing. I'm not sure. I think timing is the key. Obviously, the gongs aren't given out until kind of later in the year. Sometimes it's a recency bias. That's what we call it in sports.
Yeah, but I mean, if you look at the Winter Olympics, they are only medalists.
I know. Yeah,
I mean, they really deserve it.
Absolutely right. They're certainly deserve to be part of the conversation. We haven't mentioned Harry Kane this morning. Well, Manchester City tried hard to sign him last summer. That was 6 months ago. He even missed the first game of the season when Manchester City played at Tottenham because he was out of the side because of the transfer speculation affecting his situation. He didn't sign for Manchester City. Tottenham played hardball. He went to Manchester City yesterday with Tottenham and he put in an outstanding performance as a centre forward for Tottenham. He scored 2 goals. He had 1 disallowed. One was brought a fantastic save out of the Manchester City goalkeeper Edison, and they won 3-2, and it's blown the title race open.
Aidan, I remember a few months ago, you said that Man City had it in the bag.
I know.
Do you think they still do? Your words are coming back to haunt you.
I know. Look, they looked unassailable for a while, but Liverpool seemed to have reeled them in. And let's be clear, Manchester City haven't dropped off a cliff all of a sudden. This is a bad result yesterday at home to Tottenham. Tottenham had lost their last 3 games. But yeah, it looked home and hosed by Christmas time. They seem to be getting the benefit of all those COVID postponements, benefited Manchester City because they had the greatest resources, the greatest depth of playing talent. So now we're looking at a 6-point gap. Liverpool have a game in hand. There's a huge game coming up in April the 9th, Manchester City against Liverpool. That could be pivotal, but it just means it's interesting once again.
Yeah, you've got 90 seconds, Stephanie. Just tell us about Idris Elba, the crooner.
So, Idris Elba, we know he's a DJ, we know he does acting, but now for music, he's setting his sights on doing a collaboration with Adele. Yeah. He presented an award to her at the Brit Awards not too long ago, 2 weeks ago, and he said that he would love to do a collaboration with her. They both have this 007 theme because obviously she's done Skyfall. So
that was a great
tune. Oh, I loved that one. That was one of my favourite ones. So watch this space, guys. Adele and Idris.
Well, wouldn't it be interesting if they did a collab for the next James Bond movie soundtrack, because he could be the next Bond.
Well, we hope so.
We hope so.
Fingers crossed.
Oh,
think it'd be any good?
Interesting.
I think...
What, as Bond?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Nail it.
I think it'll be really good, actually.
When will they announce that? It has to be soon.
It's going to be later on this year, yeah. They're waiting for the old hype to die down from Daniel Craig, and then they're going to usher him in. Well,
who knows, but yeah.
Not Idris Elba, but
we predict.
Well, it might be. It might be. I just think it'd be a really interesting move. But it's interesting that he's putting another sort of string to his bow, because I had no idea he was a singer.
Oh, my gosh. Idris does quite a few things.
Yes, he does.
You know, he does the acting, he does fashion designing.
He
does. He's got his own... I interviewed him a couple of months ago where he was trying to help, knife crime, anti-knife crime. So he's made all this T-shirts that say, "Don't stab your future," and all that stuff. So he's a man of many talents. Yeah.
Oh, I really hope he's...
I do. I think he's absolutely dead right for it.
I'd love him. I would watch Idris in anything.
Same here, Stephen.
I bet you did. I bet when you went to interview him, that was a shock for him, was it?
I'm a professional. I'm an absolute professional.
I'd love to get his perspective.
It is lovely, though, when you meet somebody like that who absolutely knocks your socks off. That's when you have to pinch yourself. So, it's lovely.
Lovely, thank you. You've knocked our socks off, so thank you both very much.
Thank you. We did.
We'll catch up with you in the next
hour. We're also going to be talking to the former MP and Lib Dem leader Vince Cable as well about, just about everything at the moment. First of all, though, the weather.
Well, it's going to be very windy once again for most, with a band of heavy rain moving southeastwards. So let's have a look at the details. In the southwest of England will be mostly cloudy with patchy outbreaks of rain or drizzle at times. Windy with gales developing into the afternoon, feeling rather mild. It's also going to be cloudy in the southeast with outbreaks of rain affecting all areas. It's going to be windy here with the winds steadily increasing. On to Wales, further outbreaks of rain across South Wales. These will be heavy at times, especially in the west. Windy with some gales developing. The Midlands will also be cloudy with patchy outbreaks of rain at times, although this will become heavier and more persistent later. It's going to be windy and gusty for all with possible gales. Persistent rain will be falling across the northeast with limited drier spells. The rain will be heavy at times and it's going to be windy with gales over coast and high ground. It's going to be a little bit drier and a little bit brighter in Scotland with some sunny spells possible. There will be blustery showers with a bit of a wintry touch to them over higher ground, and it is going to feel quite chilly. Heavy rain will just be clearing eastern parts of Northern Ireland with sunny spells and scattered blustery, perhaps wintry showers following. It's also going to be windy with coastal gales. Now, the rain will steadily clear southeast with showers following, wintry in the north and remaining windy for many.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate.
From all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
Make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows. Every day, we ask the questions that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
Basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon.
And Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Morning to you, it's 9 o'clock on Sunday the 20th of February. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
we're live right across the whole of the UK on both your TV and your radio. Wherever you are, you can take us with you on the GB News app or watch us on YouTube, anywhere in the world, actually. And if you are watching on YouTube, remember to like and subscribe, please. Coming up this morning on today's Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
Questions for the Prime Minister, and this time not from the Metropolitan Police, because from rising food and energy prices here at home to growing international pressure with Ukraine and Russia, is Boris Johnson still up to the challenge? We'll talk to the former Lib Dem leader, Sir Vince Cable, in just a few minutes.
And we'll be talking to relationship expert Joe Hemmings in about 20 minutes about how to safely find love online and how to avoid falling victim to con artists and scammers like Tinder swindlers.
And after Team GB won their first gold of the Winter Olympics, we look back at the games that maybe caught our eye for some of the wrong reasons, alongside our sports presenter Ada McGee.
And we'll take a look at all this weekend's showbiz news with Stephanie Tetchy too.
So don't forget, you can join in any of our discussions. We really want to hear from you today. Drop us an email, gbviews@gbnews.uk, or you can tweet us at gbnews.
Well, all morning we've been talking about whether you're a cat person or a dog person and which is actually the more intelligent. We were talking about my little dog going out in the garden and just barking at the wind.
Yeah, crackers.
Whereas
cute.
Cute, but crackers, yeah. Whereas cats just take one look at the weather and don't go outside at all. And then you were just telling me that you're going to get a dog, even though you're a cat person.
I'm a cat person.
When little Timmy
when
pops his
Timmy has
clogs.
had his day,
Yeah.
which won't be for another 4 or 5 years.
Oh, there you are. But you've already got it planned. He's having a Rhodesian Ridgeback.
Yes, and if you're not familiar with the Rhodesian Ridgeback,
intelligent face, I can tell.
beautiful dogs.
Yeah.
And they can be a lot of fun as well.
But they're
Very
good.
cute.
I would. Oh, look, that's beautiful.
Look, but they can be hard work. They do need. I mean,
They're big dogs, and
They are
they'll
big dogs.
need a lot of exercise.
John, well, do they? John says, my son has a Rhodesian Ridgeback called Ruby. She's 3 years old, a beautiful, loving dog, but it's as lazy as anything. She'd happily lie about all day, which sounds, that could be helpful.
Yeah, dogs know when to do that, don't they?
Yeah. Michael says, Stephen, it's a lovely choice of dog. I had my first Ridgeback 30 years ago, and never looked back.
I honestly wasn't really aware of them, but they are a beautiful-looking dog. There's no doubt about that. And you can see the intelligence in the face.
Very loyal and very protective.
Is that right? Okay.
So
He's got it all planned.
I'm looking forward to it. So I'm not.
You've even chosen a name.
Yeah, Rex. So I mean, I'm not a dog person, but I'm an animal person. So
yes.
I will love our Rex.
Yeah, but you say if you're going to get another cat as well.
I'm going to get a cat at the same time. Get the two rescue animals together, and then hopefully they will, if the Ridgeback is young enough, then perhaps they will bond, and we'll have to see. Fingers crossed.
Yep, lots to talk about, so thanks for getting in touch with that. If you're the owner of a beautiful Rhodesian Ridgeback, we could do with some more pictures. Thank you very much. gbviews@gbnews.uk. Now, after weeks of internal scandal, attention has shifted from the Prime Minister's party problems to his policy ones. The cost of living crisis seems to be ever worsening, with inflation on the rise and rental prices soaring too.
Well, let's talk to Sir Vince Cable, former leader of the Liberal Democrats, who joins us now. Vince, it's really good to see you this morning. Look,
good morning.
I mean, all this concern, the number of emails we get, people really worried about the cost of living crisis and just how they are going to pay their bills as they start to go up, and sometimes really dramatically go up. From a political point of view, from a policy point of view, what can be done?
Well, I think the starting point is that this problem is largely caused by kind of external events and, the rising cost of energy, which we have no control over. And my particular concern is that with the heightening tension around Ukraine, if that actually results in conflict, we then have another big energy shock. I mean, we can look back in modern history. The Iran-Iraq war 40 years ago gave us some kind of indication about what happens. So prices go up and you have a recession at the same time. It's a very ugly outlook. In terms of what governments can do, there are, of course, the energy policy issues, but that's a bit late to start tackling those problems in the short run. But we do need to think about how we can protect the most vulnerable people. At the beginning of the pandemic, there were all kind of, very good initiatives, much more generous approach to universal credit, and sadly withdrawn. And measures of that kind may have to be reinstated, but should be reinstated.
Yeah, we've already had quite a lot of viewers writing in and saying that putting more money into universal credit only helps those who are on universal credit. What happens if you're, like many people at the moment, you're working as hard as you possibly can and still not earning enough to be able to pay what they see as rising bills?
Yes, well, the state can't automatically compensate in this kind of crisis situation. The minimum wage is going up, which is also good, and people in professions where there is a shortage of labour, which are quite substantial at the moment, they will be able to push for higher wages. But some people are going to be squeezed, and usually at times of cost of living crisis, it's the sort of pensioner population who are covered. Certainly, when I was in the government, we brought in this triple lock system to protect pensioners. That's been weakened, and maybe that should be rethought. But that apart, you can't, under these situations, protect every single person in society and make sure that their standard of living continues to rise. It's not going to happen. And as I said at the beginning, if we do get a war, what's happening at the moment will be made much worse.
In terms of, you say if we have a war, certainly the Prime Minister is saying how it could be the biggest war since 1945. President Biden saying an invasion by Russia is imminent. We've heard it all before. There's a lot of concern that this is just the rhetoric is very difficult, is very problematic, a bit like poking the bear with a stick in a way. Do you view it as being helpful?
Not particularly, but look, I'm not a security expert. I haven't had access to all the information that governments have had. My impression, and this is purely a personal impression, that the current situation with a lot of drama and rhetoric and threats, it actually suits Mr. Putin. I think he'd rather be in this position than actually having to fight. And it also suits our own leaders who, are very much part of they've got more solidarity. They're distracting from their domestic problems. I mean, it suits Messrs. Biden, Johnson, Putin, and everybody else involved that we stay at this sort of heightened level of drama without actually any fighting. But if there were fighting, I mean, it could be very serious. Of course, our own soldiers are not involved because Ukraine is not a member of NATO. We have no military obligations, but the economic fallout could be very considerable. I mean, not just through the energy shock, but if sanctions are applied, they will also have an impact on our own country because of companies that are dealing with Russian companies, which are then blocked. Also from the shock of our stock markets and so on, which are already very nervous because of rising interest rates. I mean, all of this is going to feed into a bit of a crisis of confidence in financial markets. So my assessment, for what it's worth, is that this confrontational rhetoric is probably as far as it's going to get, but we need to be prepared for the worst.
Many of our viewers have written in saying this could have been avoided if we had gone to the trouble of trying to understand Russia's fears over a growing NATO. Do you think that's true?
Well, there's an element of truth in that. I mean, quite apart from Putin's own personal agenda, I mean, there is a lot of bad feeling in Russia about the claim that we took advantage of them when the Soviet Union collapsed. But I think, Putin is just using that. I mean, it's not this issue has been rumbling on for 20-odd years. He just happens to find it convenient now to sort of stoke the fire. But there is that underlying problem, and if this crisis settles down, we're going to have to find a way of addressing it.
I mean, these are very serious issues. I mean, whether people's priority is Ukraine and the effect that any conflict could bring to us here in the UK and even on a global scale, or whether their primary concerns are how to, boil the kettle or buy the food, whatever it may be. These are serious issues. Now, there's still a lot of media attention and political attention on the whole Partygate thing. What's your view? I mean, do we need to just move past that now?
Well, unfortunately for the Prime Minister, he can't just move on. I mean, the Sue Great report hasn't yet been publicly published in its full form. The Metropolitan Police haven't followed through on their investigation yet. I think there's much more to come. And if the Prime Minister is found to have knowingly broken the law, he is in an impossible position and almost certainly will have to go. So it's not a question of just moving on. That's a little too kind of facile.
Other pressing domestic issues, of course, is COVID and the fact that, all of the newspapers today are saying that defiant Boris will axe all COVID rules and that could happen as soon as Thursday. What are your thoughts? Too much too soon, or do you think it is about time?
Well, I generally welcome the relaxation, and in terms of our private lives, it's now becoming much easier. What I do feel uncomfortable about is at the beginning of the pandemic, we had these daily briefings from the Director of Public Health and others advising us on the next step, and they've sort of suddenly disappeared. I think it would be helpful if the public health professionals were still there and still the government was still guided by what they're saying. I think there's a bit of a feeling that the government is looking for a political bounce in its current difficulties, and this kind of sudden lifting of controls will help them. I hope it works. I think that things certainly feel easier. People are mixing more, people are going back to work, and that's all good. But, we could, if we're not careful, we could relapse back into another round of the pandemic. Particularly if some new variant emerges, as it well could.
Got to learn in terms of living with COVID. We really do have to learn to live with it, don't we? We can't continue restrictions. No matter how small, we can't keep them going indefinitely.
No, and I do fear for what's happening in some countries that are still operating at high alert. One of the reasons we the state of tension exists with China is, of course, they're completely quarantined and have this extraordinarily severe controls, and they're going to have to be lifted at some point, and they don't seem ready for it. So yeah, we are going to have to live with it, and we're going to have to adjust. But there is still an argument for taking basic precautions over social distancing or whatever. I mean, I happen to have a base at a university in London. And every time I go in a building, my mobile phone is checked as to whether I've had a test within the last 4 days. I mean, that strikes me a bit extreme, but a lot of institutions are still on guard, and I think we have to just try and not pretend that this has gone away. It hasn't.
Before we let you go away to your Sunday morning, I see you're in the New Forest at the moment. How has the storm been around you?
Well, a few trees have come down surrounding the farm where I am, but it's nothing like the real horror stories. I think it was 1987 was the real drama. Nothing like that. But yeah, there are trees down on the road, and it's been sensible to stay inside, which get on with some work.
There's plenty of work to do. So Vince Cable, thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you.
Well, let's get another political perspective, this time from the Labour Party, and talk to Steve McCabe, who's the Labour MP for Birmingham Celio. Morning to you. Good to see you today. Can we kick off with the COVID restrictions issue, as Vince was just talking about? I mean, there's concern from some that maybe this is a bit fast and loose, but actually people are ready for this, aren't they? They're ready to get those freedoms back properly.
Well, I think everyone wants to get back to some kind of sense of normality, absolutely. But, of course, what we don't want to do is take unnecessary risks and discover that somewhere down the line we're back to where we started. And I think that's why there is a lot of concern about, the scaling back of testing, possibly ending testing. How on earth are we going to track what's happening if we do that? And of course, we seem to have stopped listening to the science.
It's interesting, as Sir Vince Cable was saying, that we haven't seen, certainly not in high-profile ways, we haven't seen the medical professionals talking. We've just seen the politicians. Are you worried that this is a political move rather than a scientific one, then?
Well, your guess is as good as mine, but, for months, Patrick Vallance and Professor Whitty were dominating our screens, giving us advice and warnings, and all of a sudden he seemed to have disappeared. I'm not quite sure what that means, but it does seem as if the decisions are now all political, and I'm hoping that we aren't ignoring the science altogether.
But there is a sense of treating it, isn't there, as though, I mean, we keep talking about the flu, because, that can be very nasty and it can be fatal, of course. But, if you're ill, stay at home, stay off work, and if you're not feeling ill, go in. There are some figures out that say, despite the massive number of infections we saw over winter, the winter deaths remained in line with what we would normally see.
Well, of course, I'm a Birmingham MP, and we still have pretty high death rates here. And I think, if I'm right, the current projection is still for around 7,000 deaths a year. I'm not sure if that's a tolerable figure or not. I'm inclined to say it isn't.
To be fair, without looking it up on Google straight away, but the flu death figure has got to be something like that.
Yes, but that's on top of 150,000 people who've already been killed by COVID. Look, as I say to you, everyone would like to get back to normal. I understand that, but it's not that long ago that you were interviewing people about new variants and potential additional risks. And I'm just slightly surprised that all of a sudden someone is able to say, that's it, we've decided it's over.
On to another subject that I'm sure your constituents have been on to you about, and that's the cost of living crisis. What would you do to ease their worries? What would a Labour government do that would make things better?
Well, I mean, some of this stuff, I'd be the first to admit, I think is probably beyond the government, but some of it could have been anticipated. The problem with HGV drivers, which was well known, has added to the cost of certain items in the shops. That the government could have anticipated that, and it could have taken steps to address that much earlier. So that's obviously led to a rise in prices. There could have been better preparation in terms of gas storage to make sure that we were better prepared for that. Obviously, the issue about the proliferation of small energy companies has meant that there's been far greater pressure as they've gone bust, and that's added to the cost for certain customers. And there's a very clear measure that we could cut VAT, as the Prime Minister said he would do, and we could use some of the oil and gas company record profits to offset the current prices that customers are facing. Instead, the government's answer is to force a loan on people whether they want it or not.
I mean, what about the green levy? I mean, it's 25% or thereabouts of a bill. Now, look, I don't think anyone would seriously argue scrapping it altogether, but I mean, certainly a significant reduction or a suspension for 12 months could make a lot of difference to a lot of people.
Well, I would certainly suit certain people in the Conservative Party. I've heard that argument. Actually, I think the truth is you need a much more comprehensive energy policy, so you need to plan better for the transition to green energy. As I say, I think you have to improve the storage facilities.
I mean, we're hitting it. Although you do need to look at long-term strategy, of course you do. The problem with all this is people need an immediate fix.
Yeah, and as I said, Labour has offered a rather obvious immediate fix in terms of VAT and oil and gas profits. But, you know, we're not in power. We haven't been in power for the last 12 years. The Conservatives have, and they are the people who've presided over this crisis and who don't have a long-term plan and don't have a short-term plan.
Well, we'll have to leave it there. Actually, before I let you go, and this is cheeky because it might be silly, but obviously we can hear you're a Scot. I was just wondering what your feelings are about Team GB curlers.
My feelings about?
The curling teams, Team GB in the Winter Olympics. There are only medalists. We got a silver and a gold.
Yeah, well, you know, it's always the case that you have to rely us to pull the irons out of the fire, isn't it?
Thank you so much for that. Yeah, we're very proud of you. Thank you.
I don't get the impression he's off to do a bit of curling.
No, I know. It's quite insulting, really, isn't it, for me to ask everybody who's a Scot if they curl?
Well, no, but you know what? I mean, there's nothing wrong with enjoying that Scottish pride.
I know, it's wonderful.
It's a sport where the Scots, as far as the UK are concerned, the Scots excel.
It's like when Andy Murray won Wimbledon the first time. You just wanted to congratulate every Scot.
Yeah. This is quite nice about being in the UK, isn't it? You celebrate every nation.
That's what I think too. Yeah, quite agree.
Very nice too.
Yeah.
Now, are you by any chance looking for love online? If so, behavioural psychologist and relationship coach Jo Hemmings will be here to give you some useful tips to find love and stay safe.
Stay with us for that.
Well, it's going to be very windy once again for most, with a band of heavy rain moving southeastwards. So let's have a look at the details. In the southwest of England will be mostly cloudy with patchy outbreaks of rain or drizzle at times. Windy with gales developing into the afternoon, feeling rather mild. It's also going to be cloudy in the southeast with outbreaks of rain affecting all areas. It's going to be windy here with the winds steadily increasing. On to Wales, further outbreaks of rain across South Wales. These will be heavy at times, especially in the west. Windy with some gales developing. The Midlands will also be cloudy with patchy outbreaks of rain at times, although this will become heavier and more persistent later. It's going to be windy and gusty for all with possible gales. Persistent rain will be falling across the northeast with limited drier spells. The rain will be heavy at times and it's going to be windy with gales over coast and high ground. It's going to be a little bit drier and a little bit brighter in Scotland with some sunny spells possible. There will be blustery showers with a bit of a wintry touch to them over higher ground, and it is going to feel quite chilly. Heavy rain will just be clearing eastern parts of Northern Ireland with sunny spells and scattered blustery, perhaps wintry showers following. It's also going to be windy with coastal gales. Now, the rain will steadily clear southeast with showers following, wintry in the north and remaining windy for many.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate.
From all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
Make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel.
Right here on YouTube. You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows. Every day, we ask the questions that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
Basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon.
And Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
(9:25) morning to you. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
Yes, it is. And you've been telling the nation that you're going to get a Rhodesian Ridgeback dog one day.
One day.
Yeah. Stacey says Ridgebacks are the most brilliant breed. We have two. They love to run, but also love to snuggle up. Hardly ever bark, and they're really good looking after my little boy, and they're very clean.
Oh, you see, now that's what I like to hear. That sounds good to me.
As opposed, now you're a cat man though, usually.
Yes.
Angie says, I have 3 neighbours with cats. They all use my garden as a toilet. The cats, that is. I suppose that makes them clever rather than messing in their own gardens, but as a dog owner, I am legally obliged to pick up after my dog. It's very annoying.
Yeah, but you're with your dog when he does the business. And cats, obviously, have go and do...
They go off and do it in their neighbour's garden.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's fine.
Oh, this is interesting. We were also talking about dentist phobia. And Marilyn says, I used to be so fearful going to the dentist. I even fainted having my teeth cleaned once. Some years later, I had some reflexology treatment for my migraines. Whilst it only had a marginal effect on the migraines, I suddenly found that I was no longer in dread of going to the dentist. And so when I moved to Devon, I had a dentist who actually practiced reflexology to help his more nervous patients.
That's really interesting.
That is
I've never had reflexology, but I like this. That's your feet, isn't it?
That's just what I was going to say. What is it?
Yeah, I think it's when they massage your feet.
And it's meant to...
Yeah, it's all your little nerve endings in your feet that are attached to all different parts of your body.
Sounds nice. I'll have to try that.
And just a quick one. Roger, I think we need to put you in touch with both Number 10 and the White House this morning, talking about Ukraine, saying the whole crisis could be diffused if the West promised Russia that Ukraine would not be allowed to join NATO. When the Soviet Union collapsed and Glasnost was agreed, Reagan assured Gorbachev that NATO would not be expanded, so Putin's concerns have some validity.
But I don't think we can promise him that, can we? If Ukraine wants to be in NATO, who are we to say you can't because it'll just upset Russia?
Yeah, but NATO could say you can't join.
Yeah,
NATO could say you can't join, but you can have some protected status. We'll keep an eye out on you like we're doing now.
There has to be some
NATO.
Compromise. I don't know whether that's possible. But it is interesting when you start to see it from both sides' points of view.
Yeah, Roger, you talk a lot of sense.
Thank you.
Very good. Now let's talk online dating. Have you online dated, Anne?
No, I have not. I'd be terrified to. And after watching The Tinder Swindler, there's no way I would be going anywhere near it.
Well, how do you present yourself online? How do you sort it all out? And of course, how do you identify if you are being swindled at all?
How long do you talk to somebody online before you take the big plunge and actually meet them in real life?
Yeah.
Well, we're joined now by Jo Hemmings, who's a behavioural psychologist and relationship coach, hopefully, who has got the answers to us in this digital dating world. Hello there, Jo.
Morning, both. Morning.
Have you seen The Tinder Swindler?
I have seen The Tinder Swindler, and I was shocked at, firstly, how sophisticated the whole operation was. And B, I think people think that's the tip of the iceberg, but actually I think it is the iceberg itself. I mean, I've never seen things so extraordinarily arranged, organised, and I suppose, in inverted commas, successful as that in my life. And I've known a lot of romance scams, but that was jaw-dropping.
Yeah. Look, in terms of, I mean, it's a bit frightening when you look at something like that. It is a bit frightening. Jenny has been in touch, morning Jenny, who says, I really want to have a magical moment in person, so I've stayed away from dating apps, but should I give them a try?
Look, I think they're always worth giving a try. I think we've got to a period in life when that was all people were using. It was the only option in their minds. And I guess during COVID, there wasn't much alternative. But from what I can tell from my clients, they are yearning to meet people in real life again. I mean, whether that's romantically or personally or socially. But I do think they're worth a go. You've got to go on the right app. You've got to know what you want, what you're looking for. Be quite clear. I think having a focus on the kind of person you're looking for and using those apps mindfully is really important. A lot of people, because they're in their phone, they'll just swipe through randomly when they've got 5 minutes to spare. And I think if people use them with a bit more forethought, I suppose, I think they probably get better results out of them.
Can I ask a potentially delicate question, Jo? Do women and men using dating apps go on them for different reasons and with different expectations?
They use them differently. I think, going back to mindfulness again, I think women are more mindful. They tend to only swipe right when they like somebody, think about it and then swipe left. Men tend to play more of a numbers game, which is keep swiping right and eventually something will hit home and someone will like you and come back to you. But I think both genders use it or should use it according to what they're looking for. So if you're looking for something casual, make that clear. If you're looking for something more long-term and meaningful, make that clear too.
I think that's absolutely true because talking to some young men in my children's circles, they see it as a numbers game that and if they're single and they are seriously looking for a nice relationship with somebody, they'll literally swipe, I think, is it right, and make dates for a coffee just with several girls a day. Until they find one that really hits the mark. Do you think? Yeah, I know, it's astonishing. I was shocked.
Yeah, do it.
But is that probably the better way to approach it? Just to sort of try and, if you kiss enough frogs, you'll end up with a prince.
Well, kind of. That's exactly what they are doing, of course. So that is one way of approaching it. But it probably is. Think about applying for a job or something. You send out your CV to everybody randomly and think, well, someone might like me. Or do you think, okay, these are the kind of companies I want to work for. This is what I want to do. So I'm going to send out my CV to a selected group of companies. I mean, that's the difference. It's just, throwing mud at the wall and seeing if it'll stick in the numbers game, or thinking I'm in control of that lump of mud and I kind of know what I want. So I'm not just going to swipe on everybody, because it's quite time consuming. If you were having coffees with everybody that just sort of said yes, I mean, I don't know where people find the time to do that.
No, but it's a bit like speed dating, I guess, as far as that goes. It's taking it from the sort of virtual reality to real life pretty quickly, and then just sort of slightly longer speed dating over a coffee.
Yeah, but speed dating works on the basis that, in a way, you're right, app dating does. So when you meet someone for your 3 minutes, you know if it's a definite no. You just know that hell would freeze over first. They're not your type. But you might meet somebody who you think possibly, potentially, and take it from there. So in a way, apps should work in the same way. There will be people you look at and think, no, they're not my type. So to swipe right on them just to keep your numbers going, I think just it's probably a great waste of time and effort, and probably won't be any more fruitful than if you thought about it a bit more.
Yeah, that's another interesting one, isn't it? Should you have a go at it just to sort of get into the way of doing it? Do you actually just need to throw yourself into it really and learn it before you actually expect much from it?
Yes, right. The thing about app dating is the more you do it, the better you get at it. Because you start to sort of weed out those who maybe aren't quite who they say they are, or those lazy profiles that men quite often do, which is a bathroom selfie and no information about themselves, probably have a bit of a lack of commitment. Yeah, if you practice at it. But the other thing is it's got to be joyful. I mean, people often talk about app dating as, it's just this thing they've got to go through in their phones to come out with a partner at the other end. But I think if you relax and do it in this mindful way, maybe have a glass of wine in the evening and think I'm going to, spend half an hour doing this, you get more pleasure out of it than if you just feel it's a bit of a burden or there's an obligation on you because you've signed up to have another look. And that's why you get app fatigue, you get dating fatigue. People just get bored of it.
I've never had dating
No,
fatigue.
neither.
Look, in terms of looking on the positive side of this and someone decides they want to meet up and all the rest of it, Danny has been in touch, and a really good point, Danny. It's all about being a gentleman. Who should be paying for the first date? I want to be a gent, but I only earn the minimum wage.
Oh, that's always a thorny question for so many reasons. My feeling is you should probably split the first date. That's how it should be. And perhaps before the awkward moment when the bill comes and you glance at it and think, what? Before you go out, say, look, we're going out, just before you get to the restaurant, whatever, as you sit down, are we okay to split this? And the other thing is you don't need to go to a restaurant, for example, on your first date. It's a bit of a myth that people do. Just go out for a coffee, go out for a drink, go out for a walk in the park, go out for something that's cheaper than a restaurant meal. But definitely, if you do that, I think you're perfectly entitled to offer to split it. In fact, some women are insulted if you don't offer to split it. They just think, it's a level playing field, and so they should pay their half.
Yeah, just another one here which has come in, which was really fascinating, because I'm a believer, Joe, I don't know about you, but I'm a believer that when you meet the right one, you just sort of know there's just something very, very different about it. Someone's been in touch, I haven't got a name here. They say they've been seeing someone in real life after chatting online, but he's about to move abroad soon. So we're in the we agree to be friends stage. Feeling a bit tired and disappointed about trying about it all. Is it worth another push, or should she let it go?
Ooh, I suppose it depends how long distance the distance is. I mean, if they're moving to the other side of the world, that's obviously going to be difficult. But I think I agree with you, Stephen, when you feel someone's the one, you really feel that connection. I think it's, you're kind of almost obliged to see it through a little bit more, because now without restrictions, we can travel a bit more. There are Zoom calls that you can have online. You can keep in touch with people better than ever before. But clearly, if they're moving really far away, that's going to be difficult. But perhaps if they're moving to somewhere in Europe, that's definitely worth a go. If you feel it, do it.
Yeah, if you feel it, do it. Yeah, I like that. Joe, really good to see you this morning. Thank you very much indeed. Hope that's helped if you've got any questions out there this morning.
I had a very good friend who she's just sort of ended up living with her boyfriend. They weren't madly in love, they just ended up living together.
Yeah.
And then one day at work, she bumped into the man she knew she was going to marry. And she rang me up and said, I'm going to have to come, I can't go home. I've met the man I'm going to marry. And I said, but. And she said, no, I've met him, I've fallen in love. Love at first sight. And she said, I can't go home, obviously, to the boyfriend. So can I come and stay with you? And she came to stay with me, left her boyfriend, married the fella, and they're still together.
Really?
Yeah. It was literal love at first sight.
Sometimes you do just know.
I told her she was balmy, but It worked out. It was, I mean, it was brilliant, incredibly successful.
It's very lovely if you.
It must be an incredible feeling.
Really in love, yeah.
It must. Oh,
I say from experience.
Yeah, absolutely. If you fell in love at first sight, gosh, tell us your story. In fact, it's very nice to think that it can happen, just like a fairy tale.
I'm a believer in soulmates. There you go. And I've been cynical all my life. I never thought there was a soulmate.
And there is.
I've changed my.
Oh, nice.
Anyway, yes, enough of that. Coming up, we're going to be talking to a Prince's Trust young ambassador and former inmate about how he's turned his life around.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate.
From all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows. Every day, we ask the questions that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
Basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon.
And Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
It's 9:40. Let's just run you through the headlines here on Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
The Prime Minister says a Russian invasion of Ukraine would be the biggest war in Europe since World War II. His comments come as Ukraine's military reported the death of 2 soldiers as violence escalated in the east between government forces and rebels.
The legal requirement to isolate when you test positive for COVID is coming to an end. Downing Street says the PM will lift the restrictions this week as part of his Living with COVID plan.
Scotland's Constitution Secretary is warning that the proposed Brexit Freedoms Bill has been drafted without adequate consultation with the rest of the UK. Angus Robertson has written a letter to Brexit Opportunities Minister, Jacob Rees-Mogg, calling for closer relations with the European Union.
And we've got a gold. Thankfully, Great Britain's, get me teeth in, women's curling team has struck gold overnight, delivering the first Olympic curling gold medal in 20 years. Team GB dominated the final against Japan 10-3 on the last day of the Winter Olympics in Beijing.
And Amir Khan is considering retirement after losing to Kell Brook in their long-awaited grudge match last night in Manchester. His first fight in 2.5 years was stopped by the referee 51 seconds into round 6, potentially bringing an end to his 17-year career.
A helicopter, have a look at this. If you're listening on the radio, you need to get the app out and look back at this. A helicopter carrying 3 passengers has crashed very close to a crowded beach in Miami. It goes down really not far from the beach. No one on the beach was injured. 2 of those on board, though, were, but they're in a stable condition now in hospital.
Now, Aidan and Steffi Steffi, I called you Steffi.
I like Steffi. I like Steffi.
Yeah.
Steffi's
are with us. We may not have an awful lot of time to talk showbiz and sport.
Yeah.
But you can
we
help
thought
us
you'd,
with this.
Yeah, we thought you'd really enjoy this.
Really excited to hear this, actually.
This is a sporty sort of thing, a Prince's Trust young ambassador and former inmate, LJ Flanders, turned his life around, is now a speaker, consultant and author. He's got a book out called Cell Workout, which helps, well, current and former prisoners deal with, get fit and healthy within the sort of confines of a cell, which I guess we can apply to all of our lives, really. What led you to this?
10 years ago, I made a serious bad decision and landed myself in prison. I quickly tried to turn things around and try and take all the positives I could from the negative. And exercise was the first thing that I clung to. I was just training myself and quickly got enrolled onto a personal training course whilst in prison.
Right.
It was great to have sort of structure and, a big focus on education was a great way to sort of self-rehabilitate. Then I got a job in the prison gym and people started to ask me, can you write me a cell workout? And I thought that's got a bit of a ring to it. So I started to write cell workouts for people in prison and the book was born.
How important is it? Have a look at that because it's a very impressive cover. It's like there's some serious muscles for you. How important is it when you're inside? I mean, for however long you're in for, to have exercise as something which is physically good but mentally good as well?
Yeah, I think the results start within, then the external comes a bit later, and you've got 24 hours in your hands. And I always say to people in prison, when you get out of prison, you've got a job routine, you've got life, you've got family. You've got 24 hours to put into yourself to rebuild your life for when you get out of prison. And I think it starts with education.
Yeah, I can imagine a lot of prisoners stuck in a cell, pretty depressing, and four walls or 3 walls and a door and nothing else. I can imagine depression setting in, also boredom, and you must look at the walls around you and think, what can I do here? And what you've done is given them something to do.
Yeah.
And you can see results.
Yeah, and I think especially the recent, lockdown that we've had in prison, it's almost been a bit of a lockdown within a lockdown.
Yeah.
So it's, I've been trying to get that book to as many people in there to try and give them a bit of a lifeline.
And what have they told you? Sorry. What have they told you, though? What sort of feedback have you had from them?
Well, I've had emails from family and friends to say that was their go-to Bible, really, and that's it's been a very crucial piece of kit.
I mean, what I like about that is it may have come from prison, but it's not just for people who've been inside, because it's doing that workout within a small confined space, which is, of course, what a lot of people are dealing with.
Yeah, and I think we've all experienced lockdown, so it's all confined to the comfort of
What's number one thing you do? What happens on day one?
What, in a workout? Or,
yeah.
For me, I think to try and bring some cardio into your workout, bring in a mobilisation workout, which is flex and extending joints, raise the heart rate, then go into a cardio workout, and that is to raise the heart rate, and then you are going to benefit from the endorphins throughout the day.
Yeah.
Can I ask about, because I know you've got the hat and the top on, you've got sort of clothing range out now. How important is it for people who've been in prison? I mean, it depends on the offence and what they can and can't say. But to almost not be... Should people be ashamed that they've been in prison because they have done something wrong to be there? Or can they not wear it as a badge of honour, but sort of say, yes, I've come out and I'm a better person? How does that mentality work?
I had that, before getting out of prison, I had those same worries of thinking, I'm a criminal now, I'm an ex-offender, how am I going to get a job? And every time I go back into prison, I'm hearing those same questions and queries. Everyone I work with, I know that person then. I didn't know them before going to prison. So I can only judge that person on the person that I know. And I think rehabilitation's got to come from within. And if you're not committed to making a change, then you are going to be stuck in that reoffending.
But we all know, don't we, that exercise produces, endorphins or something, and that's a chemical change in the brain. It is going to have a change on probably your personality, your outlook on life, make you happier inside, which is a good thing.
Yeah, and you're going to feel more optimistic about actually going on to achieving more things. And it started with the exercise, and that's what got me into education.
Yeah.
That was the start.
In terms of education, sorry, I was just going to say, in terms of when you're going back inside prison now and dealing with people, do you look at them? There are a lot of people in there who still have a long way to go. You can see that they're struggling at that point in their sentence.
Every sentence is a different sentence in its own right, so it's hard to really pinpoint one thing at a time. But even every prison's slightly different categories, young people, women's. But yeah, I think people do have their certain struggles, but promoting family connections, family visits, and whoever their supporter is on the outside, promoting that is really important.
Is it easy to get officers and police officers who are actually working in the prisons themselves to get on board and wanting prisoners to have a better outlook and good mental health?
Yeah, well, there's an organisation called Unlock Graduates, and they're bringing on officers from university into the landings to try and promote better prisoner-officer relationships, and they're doing a great job.
I mean, it's got to be a very tough environment. It's one that most of us have had zero experience of, and even just going into prison for the first time, I mean, it must be very difficult to know that you're there for a set period of time, however long it is.
Yeah, but when I went in, I was on remand for quite a long time, and it was really hard for me to structure my time, set goals, like smart goals, because there was no time element to it. So once I got sentenced, I knew how I can work my way towards the door in a positive way.
Yeah, in terms of our attitude to prison, and there's always talk about prison reform and what have you, and it's been announced this week that we're building 20,000 new prison places, which is almost a bit depressing in and of itself. Do we need to have a different attitude to prison and prisoners? Because there does seem to be this thing that even when you get out, whatever your offence is, you say, life is still very difficult, whatever the terms of your licence, and getting a job and disclosure and all these sort of issues are hugely difficult.
I think in the past 10 years for me being in prison, I've seen a bit of a culture change in the public's perception on ex-offenders, because, if they're not being given a chance when they get out of jail, they're going to land themselves back in, and the cost of reoffending's, through the roof, and I think things are changing.
LJ, can I just ask you, what was the turning point for you to turn your life around? Because lots of people just choose to stay in the kind of that cycle that you talked about a moment ago, that very destructive way of living their lives. But I mean, you decided to change your stance. What was the trigger point for you?
I think, I'd let my family and friends down, massively. And I think people that are inside who haven't got those supporters, not everyone's got a conventional family and friend relationship on the outside world. So you've got lots of organisations working in the voluntary sector to try and fill that gap. But yeah, it was let my family and friends down.
Did they stand by you?
Yeah.
What do they think now?
What?
What do they think now?
Well, we started at the bottom, now we're here. It's been a long way.
Yeah. Are you? I'm quite interested. Are you the same man you were when you went inside? I mean, how long was your sentence?
It was 3 years, but served half.
So are you the same man you were?
Well, I went in at the bottom, just broken, just in a bit of a bad way, and day by day built myself up, and just when I left prison, I had a plan. It was to find somewhere to live, reconnect with family and friends, and get a job. And I got a job at Virgin Active 2 weeks after leaving prison.
Wow, well done.
So
is that credit to them?
Yeah, credit. My manager said to me, "Who am I not to give someone a second chance?" And those words have always stayed with me.
It's Timpson, isn't it, the company who often give inmates a second chance?
Yeah,
Timpson do, yeah.
Yeah, they're always promoting it. They're great.
Yeah.
Prevention is always better than cure, and we know in this country we have a big gang problem at the moment. Do you think the government, or just in general, we need to do more to get youngsters training more? Because I find a lot of young people who are on the streets, they haven't got youth centres, so all they've got is these gangs, and that's when they get into trouble. Yeah. What do you think we can be doing to help avoid them even getting into prison in the first place?
Yeah, I think it's setting up initiatives. I think there's from Dame Sally Black, I think, has done a report on the sort of drug, drink and drug abuse around the country, and they are putting money into setting these things up. There've got to be incentives for people to try and get into something that's going to keep them off the streets. And promote job opportunities as well. If they're thinking I can earn X, Y, Z doing that, why would I go and do that instead? But trying to open up pathways of a happy career, and if you love what you're doing, chances of offending.
Somewhere along the line, we've forgotten, haven't we, that physical exercise is good for the brain. It's good. Well, it's good for all of you, and you've learned it within a cell. You've sort of taught it to yourself. It's just staggering that we've forgotten that, and that we ought to be buying into it more. You were talking about. Maybe we should have more of those old-fashioned community centres and youth clubs, places where kids can go and actually get very active without it being called exercise. I mean, that's the word, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I think you don't know what you've got till it's gone. And when I was in that cell, I had no technology, I had no way of getting to the gym when I first went in because it was limited.
So what did you do? Did you do press-ups?
Just started with press-ups, squats and sit-ups, and I thought this is getting a bit boring. There's got to be some variation to these exercises, and that's when the book started.
Could you do it to music or anything like that?
Yeah, I had a few selects.
You did, yeah. So you worked out your own routines and then made yourself keep to the routine and then build on it?
Yeah, and it was, when I went in, I was a gym noob. I'd never been to the gym before.
Oh, really?
It was just football. Stopped football at 17, from 17 to 21. Was a few lost years, really, and once I got into once I started that rhythm, every day was just I was just soaking up the engagement and the learning.
When you were starting to do that, and you were obviously getting somewhere, what did the warders think? What did your fellow inmates think?
Well, it was inmates was asking me to write them workouts once I got qualified, and just credit to Pentonville prison staff that actually got me that qualification. Treated it like I was going to college every day rather than stuck in prison.
Yeah.
They really reframed it, and credit to them.
How are inmates going to be able to get their hands on your book? Sorry if that's a bit...
Yeah, it took me 10 years, but it's actually on the prison canteen sheet now. So.
Oh, is it?
Is it?
Yeah. I think just that and the Bible, really. So it's not many.
Wow!
and the Quran, so it's not many other books. So.
Still playing football?
Oh, no, that's really interesting.
You still playing football, LJ?
No, unfortunately, my knees stopped me doing that.
You're getting a bit older. That's what it is. It is important, though, isn't it, for people, either when they're getting into trouble or when they're coming out of prison, to have a role model. That's quite a responsibility to take on.
And somewhere to turn to as well. We're hoping to try and set up some micro cell workout gyms around the country to say, it does what it says on the tin. It's open to everyone and anyone that wants to come along to these places and not feel discriminated. And hopefully it could be a thing of pay what you can afford. So to try and make fitness as accessible to people as possible.
Yeah, that's really important. Look, it's really good to talk to you, LJ, because it's and it is important. I think that people can not only get a bit of inspiration and have a role model, but also those people who are sceptical about anyone who comes out of prison to be able to say, well, actually, you can turn things around.
Yeah, and people have took a chance on me, and especially Next, giving us an exclusive of our clothing line. That's just credit to Next for actually giving us that opportunity.
So you can buy this stuff in Next?
Wow.
Yeah, come next Saturday the 26th.
Is that right?
Yeah,
exciting.
fantastic. So, yeah, very exciting.
Oh, that's quite interesting. I wonder what they're going to... Have they got a policy on employing former inmates as well?
Well, they've employed one so far.
That's really good.
That's a start.
So, yeah, well, let's hope that is something so it helps them move forward. Look, really good to talk to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Now, before we go, you were talking about Rhodesian Ridgebacks.
Who I will be getting at some point in a few years.
Yeah, and I didn't even know what one was until this programme. But a viewer has been in touch and shared some pictures of her Rhodesian Ridgeback dog. So, Tess... If you're listening on radio, you won't be able to see this, but that... you can tell.
I like his snout.
The very cutest... driving a car. But they are big.
They are big in the snow.
Beautiful, cuddly, kind-looking dogs you can imagine.
I'm so sorry if you're listening on radio, but you'll have to just get the GB News app and look at these pictures. They're stonkingly good, aren't they?
Absolutely beautiful. Yeah. Look, LJ, thank you. Aidan, Stephanie, thank you
very much.
See you next week.
That is it from us. But do stay with us here on GB News. We've got the political correction heading your way in just a moment. Well, it's going to be very windy once again for most, with a band of heavy rain moving southeastwards. So let's have a look at the details. In the southwest of England will be mostly cloudy with patchy outbreaks of rain or drizzle at times. Windy with gales developing into the afternoon, feeling rather mild. It's also going to be cloudy in the southeast with outbreaks of rain affecting all areas. It's going to be windy here with the winds steadily increasing. On to Wales, further outbreaks of rain across South Wales. These will be heavy at times, especially in the west. Windy with some gales developing. The Midlands will also be cloudy with patchy outbreaks of rain at times, although this will become heavier and more persistent later. It's going to be windy and gusty for all with possible gales. Persistent rain will be falling across the northeast with limited drier spells. The rain will be heavy at times and it's going to be windy with gales over coast and high ground. It's going to be a little bit drier and a little bit brighter in Scotland with some sunny spells possible. There will be blustery showers with a bit of a wintry touch to them over higher ground, and it is going to feel quite chilly. Heavy rain will just be clearing eastern parts of Northern Ireland with sunny spells and scattered blustery, perhaps wintry showers following. It's also going to be windy with coastal gales. Now, the rain will steadily clear southeast with showers following, wintry in the north and remaining windy for many.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
It's basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m.